San Simon is on I-10, or along I-10, not too far out of New Mexico. That helps you figure out where it's at. Let me set up my name of the file and make it public so we can interact live. Alright, San Simon, Arizona to... Haven't decided yet where I'll stop. Maybe Tonopah, I don't know. Might go a little further. I don't remember the name of that town over there off exit 45. It's not Pierce, is it? We'll just go with that. That's about half the distance. I only have 550 miles to cover. I ended up not rolling after my 2 hours. It was a little chilly and tired, whatever, and I was close enough to get to Riverside from here on one shift anyway, so I just said to hell with it. I'm gonna just take a full 10-hour break here, and either way, it doesn't make any difference. I'm still gonna be there around the same time. So let me send my check my reefer. Do that. Guys, yeah, I need to slide my tandems too, because never slid them yet. They're still at the 41 foot mark, and I'm not going to try to go in California with them like that. Alright, so my reefer check. Yes. Yardbird, yes, 26. Why chicken is at 20 continuous mode, I don't know. 1274308. Is that the correct serial number? Yes. Aha! It is. Heading out to the yard to see about a truck. Awesome. Hopefully you get something good. Get that Peterbilt that was over there. Oh, what is this message I just got? I just saw it on my phone. It's a Qualcomm message. Oh wait, it's Wednesday. It might be fuel rebates. And it just showed up on here. Let's see. Yeah, fuel rebates. So all it means is my settlement is in my email. Check the damage. Yeah, how long does that fast track take, Linda? When are you supposed to be all done? That's good. Outlook opened up. I'm not expecting it to be a huge amount, but at least decent, I guess. Let's see. Where are you at, Matt? You still, I know you didn't make it to Abilene, if I remember right. I assume you're already rolling, because I think you stopped before I did. Oh, here it is right here. Today is the 15th. Come on, hurry up, open up. Don't waste my time. to preview it. I said to open it. Open it, you piece of shit. Excel has Outlook has problems with looking at PDF files in the preview. Like, no kidding. I'm not trying to look at it on the preview. I want it to pull up. Thrilled with that dollar amount, but I'm not surprised by it either. Say because that fuel surcharge went down, that has a lot to do with it, and I might have also bought more gallons and more pricey fuel that might have contributed to it. Here in Sweetwater, sending macro 41. All right, let me go pop my tandem slide pin. Sweetwater. You guys at the TA there? Alright, good enough. I haven't decided yet where I'll end my day. It might be, I don't know, I might see if I can get parking at Zorba's Burgers over there in Riverside, right down the street from my receiver. Slid a little too far, but not much. Only 6 inches more. I'm at 39.6, not 40. Skeet's Steakhouse is a great place to eat. Where is that at? Oh, are you talking about in Sweetwater there, Corey? I assume that's it. Bad Baby. What, who the hell? Bad Babby, how the hell do you pronounce that name? I don't know, somebody in the rap world, I guess. Accuses Lil' Kim of trying to appear white in response to blackface backlash. Yeah, it's not the first time I've heard her accused of that. I can't say I'm surprised. Cleveland Browns unveil a new uniform. Alright, that's it for new stuff that I haven't already done. Thank you, James. Alright, let's get rolling. If you came straight into live, I ended up stopping here. It was originally just going to be a 2-hour break and then get rolling and end my day at, I don't know, in Tonopah or somewhere west of there, but wasn't really feeling like moving, so, because, partially because it was, a little cool when I got here. I mean, when I woke up, and then check my landing gear. Gotta make sure I'm not gonna drag on the ground when I go through these ruts. One screwed up lot here. Need some work. That should be fine right here, but where are you going? You coming through? Yep. Yeah, I decided I can reach my receiver from here anyway. In one shift, it wasn't going to make any difference as far as my ETA was concerned. Wilcox, and Benson, Tucson, Marana, Casa Grande, Arizona City, Eloy, Casa Grande, and all that kind of stuff, and then work our way up into the Phoenix area. I'll probably take Loop 202 around again, and then get back on I-10 westbound there, on the west end of Phoenix. And I'll either in this particular part of this stream here, and then to do my 30-minute break, either in Tonopah or maybe further west of there, maybe at the 45-mile marker. Not sure I'll go all the way to Ehrenberg before I stop for 30. I might, but I don't know. So that's what's in store. Winslow, California. I can't remember, did I ever fix that? I don't know. I have to double check. I've already been through the way station, or past it last night. It was open, but I got green lighted, thankfully. Apparently a tad windy here. I wasn't really feeling the wind over there, but I can hear it, and the truck wants to pull to the left. Still can't stream live straight through YouTube yet. I was researching on it. Apparently, there are a lot of people have had that same problem. One person did say they monetized their page and their channel, and then they activated the super chat thing. And then once they did the super chat, then they were able to start streaming through their mobile. And I'm in the process on that now. Kind of wait on approval process for the monetization. And once that's set up and done, then I can enable super chat and see if that fixes it. Basically, all super chat does is make certain people's texts larger, if I'm not mistaken. Too concerned about monetizing, but then again, with my non-live videos, especially the one the most viewed video I have has 266,000 views, so I could probably make a little bit of money off that, I guess. And, once in a while, some of the other stuff. You get a 1,000 sub browse button before you're desk. Sure. I've not really noticed anything different yet. And I don't look at my email very much, so if they send me something to my email to mention what new features got unlocked when I hit 1,000, yeah, I'm not really sure. But I know you half the time you're fucking with me anyway. So I don't know whether to take that one seriously, or if that really is something they do. They give out YouTube buttons for sub miles. What? Chinese containers on the intermodal train. All of it looks like Chinese containers, aren't they? Yeah, Dongfeng, Hyundai, you know, it's Japanese and stuff. But now how much of this is coming your direction, Mish? Do you ever pull anything other than KLM containers, or is it always KLM? Chinese stuff is 20 and 40s. I've heard that before. Yeah, and I guess there are no American-made containers that are 20 foot or 40 foot long, from my understanding. They're all Chinese stuff, and I guess all of ours are what, 48s? They're all KLM only. They're domestic 53 footers. Okay. Ships. Yep. 53 is domestic grill. Okay. I was kind of wondered on the length of those, because the chassis usually have, the hell is there someone walking on the damn Interstate 4? The chassis, you know, usually are fixed position, aren't they? Or do they have slidable tandems on yours? Things you see on the freeway that you don't think you should be seeing. Interesting. I have seen some also where, like a intermodal, like some of these trains actually haul actually regular 53-foot trailers. Like they're not. It's not a chassis and container. It's actually a trailer, just like what I'm pulling right now. I haven't figured out is there a rhyme or reason with that? I guess some companies will just use the regular trailers and ship them on intermodal trains, and then or rail cars, and then others will actually use chassis and then use containers. I'm kind of wondering what the difference there is. Some chassis are made to only 20, 40, and 53, and 40 are locked. 53 tandems can slide. Okay, that makes sense. You can tell I pay a lot of attention to container trucks. Yeah, maybe not enough. Some chassis are made to accommodate 20 and or 40. I think I have seen those. Those are called flat cars. Flat cars are old tech. Railroads are going directly double. This pickup catching up on me while I got a guy on the right shoulder. Damn, genius. Who taught you how to put your triangles out? They're too close to each other, and they're going the wrong direction. The one closest to your tractor is supposed to be closest to the lane. Amazing how many people either don't know how they're supposed to actually have the triangles placed, or they just don't give a shit and they just, however, as long as they're out, they're out, whatever. double box stacking cars. Okay. Now those are you're talking about when it's a too high, basically a container stacked on top of another container. Those are the new ones. People do that. I'm like, what? Are you freaking dyslexic or something? Now, of course, I'm making fun of that. It's I'm not making fun of people who are dyslexic. I'm just saying doing it exact backwards, like you can't remember which side's right and which side's left. Southern no longer accepts trailers. Strictly containers, alright. Foot container or 40 or empty trailers about 18,000. The trailer is way less than that because my tractor alone weighs like 21,000 or so, and then I'm pulling a reefer trailer, 53-foot reefer, and my gross weight empty with my tractor combined is about 34.5, somewhere in that ballpark. So the trailer itself on mine only weighs about 13 or so. But I have heard that reefer trailers do weigh about 4,000 more than a van trailer. And then, and I know containers they're more beefy designed than dry vans too, though. So that's something else. I guess that should be considered. Yeah, they call our tractors basically 10-ton tractors because that's about what they weigh, is 10 tons. They're in the ballpark of it. Oh yeah, there was something else I was going to ask you about too. I can't, brain fart on it. Just had it in my mind too, and I forgot. Oh, okay, yeah. Now I looked up Weyerhaeuser. Remember we were talking about Weyerhaeuser the other day. We're talking about Sear England, how they have a Weyerhaeuser account. And you were talking about how Weyerhaeuser is all about lumber, and you're absolutely right on that. From when I looked at the profile, I remember them being a REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust, and they are indeed classified as a REIT. But their specialty, just as you had pointed out, is indeed in lumber and timber. So basically, what they do is they own property, timber properties or forest properties, whatever, and then they, of course, they make money off of the lumber, off the timber industry. Just like with other REITs, they're like medical REITs where they only own properties and buildings that are intended for medical use, like clinics and stuff, or even hospitals, and then they'll lease out the property to a medical company of some sort. Whether it could be like Kaiser or something, or car and paper. So another good example here, it's just say like apartment complexes. A lot of times those are actually owned by REIT, by real estate investment trust. So they own the property and they own the buildings and all that, but then they lease the building out to a management company. And then the management company, of course, makes money off of whatever they get from the tenants who are in there. Who's this here? Got a silver Freightliner. 3,600. I have a radio on him. I don't tend to always try to contact him on radio, though. Everybody's jumping on the airline and cruise line bandwagon, and I'm like, why would you invest in those guys? They're not in a good position right now. I mean, if you're dollar cost averaging, that's fine, but they don't have earnings momentum right now, and when you don't have earnings momentum, I wouldn't expect their stock price to do anything in the near term. Or, you know, not reasonably. In fact, all the airlines that are in the S&P 500, I just updated their earnings data today, and they're all of them are expecting declining earnings, and a lot of them are going to be expecting underwater earnings on top of it. Not somebody I'd want to put my money into, I'll tell you that. And everybody's talking about airlines and cruise lines. It's like, stop playing the freaking speculators game. Do you want to invest or do you want to speculate? See, if you want to keep not making money, keep playing that damn speculator game, and you'll find out it's not going to work out for you. In all likelihood, unless you really, really know what you're doing, and most people don't. Play an investor's game and go with what is actually more likely to get you good results. And right now, the two sectors I looked at that are both still expecting double-digit earnings growth, which is also where I would put my own money, would be in the REIT industry, as we were just talking, the real estate investment trust, or in materials sector. Those two are both expecting double-digit earnings growth. I can't give specifics on particular companies right now. Which ones are at the top of each list. Look that up later, but that's who I would focus my attention on if I were looking to either buy something or add a portfolio or whatever. Stocks were cheap at $22.50. They got down to $21.91 on the S&P, and that's the lowest it's been. And it's been bouncing. It's down today, and I think part of it might be technical resistance because there's a 50-day moving average for the S&P 500 that's coming down toward where the price was yesterday. I expected it to maybe hit some resistance there, but that's only a short-term thing, and it ignores other factors like the speculative effect and the earnings fundamentals. The earnings do look like shit across the board overall, but I still have the index value. There's not enough earnings data out there yet to really justify northbound coming up next. About 15 miles out from Wilcox. No matter how many times I come through here, I-40, I always have a hard time mixing up between Wilcox and Winslow. Winslow's up off I-40, and then got Wilcox down here, and I always want to say one of the wrong one, even though I know it's the wrong one. It makes you want to say the wrong thing, even though you know it's wrong. My cousins and I used to all hang out together, all the time, and my grandma would hang out at my aunt's house. She wants my attention, but she would call all three of my cousins out first before she calls my name. Winslow, California is nice. Bulk intermodal I just passed. Alright. Hazmat also. I already gave you the list. And if you're going to drive for JCT, it's like a spreadsheet paper, with a printed spreadsheet paper with a list of all the trucks that they currently have that are available to be claimed by new drivers. And they'll do it in an order. So, like, if you have, basically, generally, everybody who's done their modules before, their orientation modules before they even show up to orientation will automatically be at the top of the list. But then they get sorted a certain way, too. So the best thing to do is do your modules first before you come to the company. And then when you get there, hopefully you'll be picked. Hopefully nobody else will do their modules, and you get to pick faster. When you do pick, they'll give you that spreadsheet, and then when it's your turn to pick, they'll tell you which ones have already been claimed by previous drivers. Whoever picked before you. And then you go out there and you take a look at the different trucks that are available that are on the list, and then you figure out which one you want to take, and then go back and you let them know that this particular. Is that 2016 Pete still in the lot there? Because there was a 2016 Pete in the lot there waiting for someone to claim it. Last time I was there. Only thing available are the 2017s. Okay. Not sure you want a 20. I've seen too many problems with electrical issues with those things. Did not see any Pete's. Okay. Maybe somebody claimed it already. I don't know. It's, what color was it? I can't remember. Is this a black or a blue one that I saw? Might have been a 3400 number. Might be out here on the road already or something for all I know. Probably getting the 2019 Freightliner. Okay. I think that should be a good option. Yeah, I personally won't go anywhere near those 2020 Kenworths. As much as people like Kenworths overall, they're just an electrical nightmare, it seems. hate to, and I don't want to scare people away from considering JCT just because of this, but I wouldn't personally take one. I know there are drivers who are in those trucks who are not having any problems really, but then there are several others who have the same kind of problem, like Cody. Actually, speaking of Cody, I don't know if he's probably not watching yet. I haven't seen him yet. One of my friends, he's in a 2020 Kenworth, and he had the same problem that Cody's having. And it turned out it was his, it was that switch stock thing, the paddle thing that has the forward drive neutral selector switch and the Jake brake selector. I guess that part was bad, and they had to replace that part, and I guess he hasn't had any problems since. Kenworths. They're all in the shop for electrical issues. So you guys are having the same problem. Most of them. It's either the radio won't turn off, and they have to pull a fuse out and then put it back in after a couple minutes, whatever, or that switch stock thing. I guess there's a recall now where they're saying I guess something else on there. I think the check engine light and something else, I guess, that'll come on, and there's no real but then it won't really tell why it's even doing it. And I guess it's something to do with that ABS system. Who was talking about, Denise, were you talking about the Christmas tree light thing going on too? I've seen that with one or two people as well, where the lights just constantly like flicker between bright and dim or whatever, and you can't get them to stop. Somewhere else or what? Yeah, even here, turn off that switch and then turn it back on after, after maybe 10, 15 minutes, whatever. And a lot of times that'll fix some of these weird problems like that. But now I've not been in I've only looked in the T680s one time, so I don't know. I guess they have that same reset switch. My truck here does not. That's why you signaled earlier, Prime. I had plenty of room behind him, but and I saw he was hitting his brakes. I knew it meant he was getting off the freeway, but generally it's a good reason to hit your turn signal sooner. That way a person behind you knows that they might want to plan on moving over to the other lane so they don't get slowed down by you. Got a load going to New York, but don't pick up till tomorrow. Okay. Kenworth does not have a battery kill switch. Alright. I'm not surprised by that, since Kenworth and Peterbilt are pretty much the same. Where about in New York are you going? Or where are you picking up from? What city? Two of them behind the driver's seat. Huh. I always have my half stuff back there covering that area, so I don't even know if I have that in back there. I don't think I do. I've not noticed it at least. But I usually have my reflective vest and some other little stuff back there anyway. Up in St. Joseph, alrighty. Cedar Creek, Dalton, Georgia. That's an option then that was that maybe it was in some Kenworths and Peterbilts but not others. Alright, Linda, we'll see ya. Pick a winner. Yeah, I'll go digging through my nose or my butt and I can find a winner for you. That's alright. Or maybe you don't remember or something. Tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Oh, okay. That's that ongoing issue you were talking about before, isn't it? bad thing for you though, Eric. So now you're probably forced to take whatever route they tell you to take. Containers below or above deck. Ships, they have a ton of containers sitting on the top of them. I can't imagine how many more are that cannot be seen underneath. Be a fair assumption to say that all 53-foot containers are domestic only. Fifty to 60% not visible. Wow. Saying there are at least as many containers that you cannot see that are stored under the deck than as there are that you actually can see up on top. That's crazy. Cause shit, they stacked those containers, seem like about 10 high or so, up on the top of the deck. Coming the other way now with the yellow tractor. Where is that? No, that's a dry van. Keep an eye out for more. So nothing coming. Transoceanic route loads, they're really picking up too late to drop your load there, or to give them your load. They'll find the company a pretty good amount. Oh, Charlie. Coming the other way. Couldn't read the truck number because of the hill though. rig to carry 53s.
Now I got another guy in front of me. What in the hell? Told you. This is dropping out of the sky.
So all the bobtails, like 5 of them in a row right there.
I was getting bored. Let's shuffle. Fuck it. Get it, bitch. Give me an evil eye. Give him the brown eye.
I'm guessing those four-wheelers up there are the ones that the guy's getting annoyed with. Because it was one of those bobtail drivers who was doing the complaining. Snow in mid-April. I've heard of it happening before, but it's definitely not common, I'm sure. I had one time growing up in Barstow, right before the end of the school year, in early June of all times. Now, Barstow never gets snow. Except once in a blue moon. And there's one particular time in early June, it actually snowed in Barstow. In June. In a city that typically sees 100-degree weather in June. I could not believe that. Part of I-10, outside of California at least. Even in California, I-10's not very hilly. Damn, 3 yellow ones in a row. Police would be having a shit fit if she saw this. 4 of them. All Central Transports. Coach Carnage. Yeah, I see them every so often. There's another one. UPS, Central Transportation again. Transport Railroads. Yeah, the CTI. Siva Logistics. Parking lot. Butler. FTL Hub. Yeah. If you're just climbing up all the rocks, whatever, get some great views. Or hit the mountains up ahead, too. Basically, Mount Lemon is up there in front of us. Or no, that's not Mount Lemon. Those mountains go down toward Mexico because they're right here on the south end of Benson. The Mount Lemon is up on the north side of Tucson. It's Lemmon. I used to go up that way sometimes. Sometimes when I was stationed in Tucson. They even have a small ski resort up there. Now Mount Lime must be on the other side of Mount Lemon. Didn't you know that? Truck in front of me, I take it. That color of trailer with the roll-up door is almost always a UPS trailer. Oops, somebody got lit up on the eastbound side. Flatbedder pulling a... What is that? Oh, light carts. Okay. CTI. Holy shit, man! Their whole entire fleet's going between Tucson and New Mexico.
13.04.2020/17:22.
Nightwish review.
John Doe.
Someone else.
Posts 964. Written by Radup on 13.04.2020 at 17:19. Written by Musclasia on 13.04.2020 at 17:08. I'm sure there will be a number of posters that disagree with this review. Whatever your opinion, it would be nice if people could maintain the civilized tone of the discussion on the album thread here, please. No, this is not how you do it. Eternal curses upon the bloodline of whomever disagrees with my opinion. I fart in your general direction. Is it a noisy fart or a silent one?
Got a cop
If it's
there
noisy,
trying to,
I'll giggle. If it's silent, I'll walk away.
people speeding down this hill.
I thought the two primary purposes for the internet were cat memes and overreactions. Loading. The Shape 1973. Posts 4060. Plus 3. 13.04.2020/17:43. The Shape 1973. Posts 4060. Written by John Doe on 13.04.2020 at 17:22. Written by Radup on 13.04.2020 at 17:19. Written by Musclasia on 13.04.2020 at 17:08. I'm sure there will be a number of posters that disagree with this review.
Okay,
Whatever your opinion, it would be nice if people could maintain the civilized tone of the discussion on the album thread here, please. No, this is not how you do it. Eternal curses upon the bloodline of whomever disagrees. Talking about farts in a review of this album is unfortunately apartment. You look forward to a satisfying fart. Then some poo shoots out and you regret the whole affair. The review sums it up well. I really want Nightwish to release something to rival their past glories. I'm not talking about the previous singer's quality order, as they have all had their merits, but having been a fan of Floor since After Forever, it makes this all the more disappointing. They have been one of my favorite bands since early 2000s, and I hopefully will see them live at Christmas. But I can't listen to this. It just totally underutilizes all of the individual members' great strengths, except Troy. If it wasn't for the weight and attraction that the name Nightwish brings, I wouldn't dream of wasting my time with it. So when do the zombies arrive? Loading. Radup. Certified Hipster. Posts 3473.
Well, it sounds like that
From
person not
Romania.
a fan of the new album.
Plus 2. 13.04.2020/17:53. Radup. Certified Hipster. Posts 3473. From Romania. I would like to use all the attention that this review gets to direct all you folks to Marco Hietala's new record. I've dreamt of that for years. Dying. Running. 2020 goodies. Loading. Musclasia. Posts 1583. From UK. Plus 1. 13.04.2020/18:02. Musclasia. Posts 1583. From UK. Written by Radup on 13.04.2020 at 17:53. I would like to use all the attention that this review gets to direct all you folks to Marco Hietala's new record. I preferred that to this, if nothing else then for the fact he sings a lot more on it, but can't say I was particular fond of it either. Loading. Mariano. Posts 340.
Now, what
From
songs I have heard on Marco Hietala's album, I'm not super
13.04.2020/19:05.
impressed with.
Mariano. Posts 340. From Argentina. In my opinion, this is their worst album. And now I look back to those albums they released with Olsen and they don't look that bad anymore. Loading. Tominator. At best deranged. Posts 690. From Belgium.
Damn it, frickin' bumpy ass road. I'm coming over. I don't care if you don't like it. Fuck you too. There's a reason for it. Again, you probably haven't figured it out yet either.
pretty much how I feel about this record. I don't see myself listening to a lot of these songs again in the future. Endless Forms wasn't exactly my favorite record, but I like tracks like Elan, My Walden and the title track. Just like with Elan, I like the simplicity of noise. Pan is indeed quite possibly the second best track for me. And there are some good things sprinkled throughout the rest of the record, but not enough to make this album exceed the feel of Abragenis. It don't work for me, but I'm however glad that there are others who enjoy this record more than I do. Great review by the way. Loading. Benching. Hosts 82. From UK. 13.04.2020:10. Benching. Hosts 82. From UK. I really wanted to love this album. But I'm agree with the review sad face. What the point having Floor that I love? They could have kept an Ed. Want after forever back. Loading. Fred. Hosts 27. From Lebanon. 13.04.2020:21. Fred. Hosts 27. From Lebanon. Great review. Nothing more to add. Sums it up pretty much. Sadly, I feel with Halopainen in this record a kind of Roy Khan effort in his final album with Camelot Poetry for the Poisoned. It just seems like he's given up on Nightwish itself. The band definitely needs at this stage to go on a hiatus to regroup and get back refreshed with new ideas. Or else, I feel Tuomas, and not the vocalist this time, will be out pretty soon. This considering that Marco's Mind is already nowadays flying solo, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him drift away and continue in this direction. Fred. Loading. Bad English. TAGE Westerland. Hosts 50,112. From Norway. +1. 13.04.2020:31. Bad English. TAGE Westerland. Hosts 50,112. From Norway. Olsen Albums was much better as this same first with Floor. This is catastrophic album, big letdown to me. Life is too short for love, there is many great things to do online. Stormtroopers of Death speak English or die. I better die, because I never will learn speak English, so I choose dying. Loading. John Doe. Hosts 964. +1. 13.04.2020:40. John Doe. Hosts 964. Written by Bad English on 13.04.2020:20:31. Olsen Albums was much better as this same first with Floor. This is catastrophic album, big letdown to me. I thought the two primary purposes for the internet were cat memes and overreactions. Loading. Ned. Hosts 57. From Sweden. 13.04.2020:48. Ned. Hosts 57. From Sweden. I agree with the review. The whole album just feels meh. To me it feels kinda schizophrenic with split personalities. It doesn't know what it wants to be and the songs are going in all different directions and it lacks coherence. Disc 2 is totally unnecessary because it sounds like a film score that got rejected. Sadly there is a lot of musical talent wasted on this album. For me Nightwish went into cardiac arrest when they fired Tarja. With Olsen they tried to resuscitate the band and now it just flatlined. I had the joy of seeing them live once and that was the very last concert they gave with Tarja and it was here in Umeå, home of Meshuggah and Cult of Luna. 2 days later they released the statement that they had parted ways with Tarja and the Nightwish I loved was no more. R.I.P. When you are dead, you do not know you are dead. It's only painful for others. The same applies when you are stupid. Ricky Gervais. Loading. Musclasia. Hosts 1583. From UK. 13.04.2020:21:15. Musclasia. Hosts 1583. From UK. Written by Ned on 13.04.2020 That's pretty wild, good that you got to go to that gig. I've seen Nightwish with Floor several times and, first time in particular, I was massively impressed, so much so that I was enjoying the material from Endless Forms. that I hadn't appreciated on the, at the time, recently released album. The issue isn't the
Another guy
musical
walking along
abilities
the
of the
highway.
members, particularly with Floor replacing Annette, but the writing, which is unlikely to return to a direction that consistently grabs my interest anytime soon if this is a sign of things to come. Loading. Blank file. Posts 521. From Portugal. 13.04.2020-21:46. Blank file. Posts 521. From Portugal. I agree with this review. We don't find a memorable song in this album, everything seems uninspired and boring, aside from maybe one or two songs. Possibly the worst Nightwish album. Loading. Ned.
Alright, not very good reviews there, it sounds like. Doesn't sound like even a single person really liked the album. Maybe a couple songs on it, and that's about it. Looking car there. Now in Pima County, which is where Tucson is. SUT coming the other way. Yep. 3891, I think it said.
Article 111 of 132. Top things a trucking company can do to maximize trucking rates, sonar. The trucking industry is massive. According to a report by the American Trucking Associations, in 2018 the trucking industry generated revenues that topped $796 billion. The trucking industry is also very competitive and fragmented, containing over 200,000 independent trucking companies. Each of these carriers are focused on a different part of the market and tend to specialize in specific industry segments. Regardless of whether a trucking is primarily a dry van truckload carrier, reefer, tanker, dry bulk, or flatbed, all carriers have one thing in common: a desire to maximize trucking rates. There is a simple reason for this: once a carrier has the ability to maximize trucking rates, it can increase revenue per loaded mile. In other words, the more miles that a carrier hauls a shipper's goods across the country at a higher rate, the more revenue it will generate. In addition to this, increased yield per mile allows carriers to improve compensation rates for their valuable professional drivers, which provides protection from driver turnover, which is one of the largest sources of margin erosion that trucking companies face. But how does a carrier maximize its trucking rates? How does it go about doing that? Here are the top things a trucking company can do to maximize trucking rates. Hauling commodities that pay more. Certain types of commodities pay a higher rate per mile. Carriers will find these types of loads in more difficult, more dangerous, and more regulated areas of the industry. These include tanker hauler, hazmat loads, specialized heavy haul and oversized cargo, ice road trucking, cross-border freight, and expedited team transit. Taking high-value loads. Shippers that have high-value loads are often willing to pay a higher rate per mile to ensure that the cargo is transported safely and can be tracked. Carriers can find these types of shippers among the pharmaceutical, electronic, luxury retail, gaming, or automotive sectors. Find a shipper that has unusual or onerous requirements. Some shippers have extreme or unusual service requirements. Maybe it's picking up or delivering at odd hours, taking loads that have long in transit dwell, or loads that require the driver to do something unusual, like helping set up for a public concert or event. Collecting all available accessorial revenue. Pennies matter in trucking, and many trucking companies do not collect all available accessorial charges provided for load or contract by the shipper. Detention charges provide one of the largest opportunities for improved margins and yield per mile. However, many shippers have made it difficult to collect on detention and other accessorial charges. As a result, some see collection of this valuable source of compensation is not worth the hassle. Top-performing carriers have invested significant time in automating and simplifying the approval and collection process for detention, as well as other charges, such as stop-offs, tarping, load, unload, and other tasks. As a result, when scoring their shipper customers, the ease of accessorial revenue collection becomes a valuable criteria when ranking. Taking loads from headhaul markets to a backhaul market. Keep in mind that destination matters. Kyle Littner of K-Ratio said it best on one of his weekly K-Ratio weekly Q&A. Destination does matter. Carriers adjust prices at the origin point based on where loads are headed. Pick your markets accordingly. One of the easiest ways to maximize trucking rates on a single load is to take a load from an overbooked or hot market to an underbooked market, or a market that other carriers don't want to go. Some markets are always backhaul markets, like Montana or New Mexico. Others, like Atlanta or Dallas, can fluctuate between backhaul or headhaul depending on the month. Even markets like Seattle have certain months where there is more freight originating out of a market than going in. But will end up losing in the long run. Once the total miles for a given week have been calculated, the carrier may have to sit the truck for a few days to wait for another load, deadhead for the next load, or end up taking a very inferior paying load outbound. To mitigate this factor and to maximize trucking rates, a carrier needs to know the conditions of not only the market that a load originates from, but also the conditions of the market that the carrier is hauling a load into. The only way to know the current condition of a market is to have access to a real-time freight market intelligence platform like FreightWave's Sonar. Sonar monitors inbound loads and outbound loads to determine what the balance between markets is at any given time. Sonar knows whether there are more loads going into or leaving a market. If there are more loads leaving a market than coming in, the market is said to be a headhaul market. If there are more loads going into a market than leaving, the market. Truckload carriers that are interested in maximizing profitability are also invited to join the TCA benchmarking program known as TCA Profitability Program. The program is designed to help truckload carriers learn from one another, compare ideas, and benchmark performance comparing the other members of the program. Article 112 of 132. Answer: Quora. Open and What are some real life examples, good or bad, of karma? Alex Cooper, copywriter.
Hello. I have to wait till I get on my break to tell you that. These freaking people do that. They come up on me, and then then the guy moves over and just camps out over there. Oh, no wonder he's on his phone. Freaking Nimrods. She's all night long. Can you hear me now? I'm thinking like 7:30, somewhere around there. Don't know for sure, but yeah, it shouldn't be any later than 8 o'clock. I, oh, you want to go wake our daughter up? Something. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. It's somebody else using Daddy's voice. Whatever. Apparently you already do, because I hear you not doing homework again. Beat your ass. 3980. Well, you better stop giving Mom a hard time about it. What are you sleeping so late for? Apparently. How late did you go to sleep last night? What? So you went to bed at like 10 last night, but then you were waking up in the middle of the night? Is that what I heard? Oh boy. Okay. Stole what? And then she video chatted with Jeremy with it on, right? Ah, she needs something with energy, like Tacoma. In the Heights, I assume. Well, already then. Chicken. Yep. Yard bird. And it, some of it may end up in our local Walmart stores because it's going to Riverside. And the Riverside DC there delivers to all the Walmarts and Walmart neighborhood markets in the Southern Cal. Yes. If you get lucky, and especially with it being a Tyson load, might get some rejected product and I can bring it home. How low is the drop freezer getting anyway? Okay, well, mainly what I was asking is how much room is there if it were to come down to it. Yeah, because you definitely can't complain about getting 250 plus pounds of free chicken. Hmm. Did they have pasta sauce, pasta with it, or just the chicken? Okay, So it's basically chicken fettuccine Alfredo is what you made. Oh, no complaints there. I like it. I actually like eating chicken Alfredo. Yeah, whatever. Yes, definitely. And so it shall be. Alrighty. No, I hope so. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing yet for reload. Okay. Okay. Yay. Okay. All right. All right. Love you too. Okay. Bye bye. All right, and just on the east end of Tucson now. electronic signboard says there's a wrong way driver up ahead. Eastbound, you guys got anything on this wrong way driver we supposedly have here? 4213. Going on here? What the hell? There's a whole bunch of there's a bunch of people with reflective vested on and shit on over there at that corner. Couldn't figure out what was going on there. Maybe an event or something, or maybe that's where the wrong way driver was or something. I don't know. See it first until he finally moved over to the left side of the lane. That's why I don't recommend you ride in the middle of the lane when you're following a truck. Stay left or stay right in the lane. That way we can actually see you. Or even better, back off. From downtown Tucson now. four-way driver supposedly is. Keep seeing these alerts on electronic signboards, but just how far in advance are they warning me? way past the speed limit and hanging out behind cars. Construction speed limit. Too annoying getting through Tucson today. But at least here trucks are allowed to use the left lane.
I take care.
Come on over. That way I can get around you too. Some space here from WS Harper first.
I take care.
Because you can't be bothered to find your fucking gas pedal. No, I gotta move over for your dumbass. Expedited transport. Must be delivering a tractor supply or something.
Answered April 12, 2020. Author has 757 answers and 27.7 M answer views. An animal abusing YouTuber was caught out by an unedited video she accidentally uploaded. Brooke Houts is a somewhat popular YouTuber with over 300,000 followers, known for, I don't know, actually. But while filming a video of her playing with her Doberman puppy, she mistakenly uploaded the unedited version of her footage, which differed significantly from the version she intended to post. She quickly deleted the post and replaced it with the edited version, but it had already been seen and shared by users. In the video, available on YouTube if you care to see it, she can be seen punching her dog in the face when he jumps up playfully. Later, she pins her dog down and spits on him. This is jarringly at odds with her edited version, where she's smiling and enjoying pranking her dog. I'm trying to imagine her sitting there, editing her video for hours to cut out all the incriminating bits. It's kind of a ridiculous thought, but it's literally what must have happened. I don't know how anyone with an ounce of empathy can do that. Houts later issued an apology video, but without, using the words sorry at all or owning up to anything she'd done. She said she was sorry if anyone was offended. Untrue.
Yeah, okay.
Houts was investigated for animal abuse by the LAPD, but ultimately was let off the hook and, as far as I'm aware, still has the dog and continues to post videos. The newer videos are heavily downvoted, and comments are overwhelmingly negative, so it remains to be seen whether this time she completely got what she deserved. It's fitting that her uploading mistake brought some much-needed karma her way. Who spits on a damn dog? 81.1k views. View 3.7k upvoters.
What an asshole! You couldn't move over
View
for
shares.
the freaking guy?
About the author.
You're a
Alice
piece of
Cooper.
shit.
50% funny, 50% informative, 50% bad at
The fuck are you
percentages.
even doing on the road if you don't have enough
Copyright.
goddamn courtesy to
Studied history at
move over
University
for
of
someone
Sheffield.
doing maintenance work on the
Lives in
side of the road?
27.8 M content views 983.4k this month. Active in 4 spaces. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 113 of 132. Cop Stories, Quora. Quora. Open an app, sign in. Cop Stories. Q. Cop Stories. Interesting, inspirational and funny stories about the job. Maine. People.
Holbrook Asphalt.
A Night to Forget.
Whoever that guy is,
Sam Cochran,
frickin'
former
piece of
police
shit.
officer, Detective Sergeant 1972-1997. Posted Mon. Spend 20 years in blue or brown and you'll have plenty of stories, good and bad. This one is a bad one. One of the worst cases I ever had to deal with involved 2 children, one 6 years of
Morning,
age,
James.
the other 7, and a teen, age 16. The teen was babysitting the 2 boys, but as they became engrossed in the Western movie on TV, she rolled a smoke, using the marijuana she'd brought along, and dropped off to sleep. After an hour or so, the boys got bored with the TV and decided to play cowboys and Indians. The 7-year-old knew where his dad kept the .22 LR rifle, so he went and obtained it.
Uh-oh.
Now the 2 boys felt better, they were really playing cowboys and Indians.
That's not good.
Unfortunately, the 7-year-old wasn't real sure how the rifle worked, but he'd seen enough on TV, so he pointed the gun in the direction of the 6-year-old and pulled the trigger. We all know what happened next. The 6-year-old was shot in the chest, left side about where the heart was, and died within minutes. By the time I arrived, many from both families were in the next room while my partner and I remained with the body, pending arrival of the coroner. For the next 4 hours I was in that room with a dead child, not much older than my son, at home, doing my best to keep the family out while being conscious and respectful of their grief. Not one of those things the Academy prepares one for. By the time the coroner arrived and took custody of the body, I was nearly frantic. On the inside, back then you never showed any
Okay. This guy set a good example there. This Dodge Ram driver in front of me. He was in that lane there, in the middle lane earlier, and then he recognized that there was a truck with a cop over on the right shoulder. And he moved over to the number 1 lane so that I could come over to the number 2 and stay extra clear of the guys on the shoulder. Need a lot more people like that. He's aware of what's going on. He obviously anticipated what I was going to want to do, which was the correct anticipation, and it was a courteous thing. Need to pay a lot more attention out here, people. I don't get to praise four-wheeler drivers very often, and that's one I will.
By the time the coroner arrived and took custody of the body, I was nearly frantic. On the inside. Back then you never showed any emotion while on scene. After going off duty and getting home, I woke my 5-year-old son just to hug him. 185 views, view 27 upvoters not for reproduction. Adding comments disabled.
Alright. I'm doing well here. I just got through Tucson, heading westbound on Interstate 10. Heading toward Phoenix now. I got 76-degree weather and clear skies here. It's definitely a beautiful day here. How about yourself? No, it's BNSF. What is all this orange shit on your vehicle? Now I see. Got about 100 miles from here to the west end of Phoenix. About 140-ish out from Tonopah. So I'm not positive I'm going to stop in Tonopah. It's just kind of a halfway point that I plan on, at least getting at least 2, if not further, before I stop for 30. Excellent. So you're going to be testing for your CLP today, or I assume that's what you mean by that? A CDL permit, what we call it is a CLP, a Commercial Learner's Permit. I assume you'll be taking a 3 written test to get that. Good luck with that. Don't hesitate to ask me for help if you have any questions on any of it. There are times where I remember I was going through it and people would not understand why a certain answer was the correct answer, and some of the stuff I was able to help them out with, where I was able to apply my knowledge from my aircraft maintenance background, or just general driving kind of stuff, where I can help them. It's one thing to memorize the answers, it's another to understand why a certain answer is correct, and then it makes logical sense why it is the correct answer, and then you're far less likely to get it wrong if you know the logic for it. Testing for your CLP. As soon as the DMP opens up. Damn it, you freaking bugs. As if I don't already have enough bug guts all over my windshield. Bastards. after you have it, then you'll be able. And do you have a start date yet for the class, or you have to get your CLP first and then start it? Then talk to the recruiter. Keeps drifting into the shoulder. It's a classic sign of somebody who's texting and driving. If not on his phone, he's distracted with something else inside his truck. They can actually tell who's more likely to be texting and driving, or who's falling asleep or whatever, or who just has occasional anomalies. Because the thing can send, this lane alert thing can send data to the carrier about how often it goes off and which side and all that. If it's always the right side, either they have a problem with maintaining lane control, or they're texting and driving. If they're always on, if they're not normally having problems and they're just suddenly having issues with both sides of the lane, then you have to start wondering, are they fatigued, are they under the influence of something, or just in a bad area where maybe they're getting some erroneous stuff. Okay, get your CLP first, and then CR England will give you a start date. Alright. And send you your bus ticket. I don't envy that ride. I'll be happy to never ride a bus and a Greyhound again. Hey Jerry, how you doing? They'll schedule your DOT physical. They usually do that at CDL school. In fact, CR England, they have a clinic right there inside their terminal, and they do DOT physicals right there, as far as I know. Well, at least I know they do drug tests there. I would assume they do DOT physicals too. That's interesting. Yeah, when I went through their CDL school in Fontana, they have a doctor who works specifically for them, who would do the DOT physicals right there at the school. And then every Wednesday he'd come over to the Colton. That guy was a character. Yeah, his name was Dr. Dave. He used to be in the Army. He's definitely kind of a loud and pretty blunt kind of guy. Schedule you to a clinic closer to you in Sparks. Okay. Now, some of them may help you out also. I don't know if the Salt Lake City's the instructor, at least there, the details and then work, the process work, whatever. Put their way back. Who now does, or at least last I knew, was doing the academic week there in Fontana. He was actually a really cool, down-to-earth guy when I was there, but he was the orientation for the new hires, basically their school, and passed their CDL test, the orientation there that same day, or then the next day, whatever, and he was really, he was all right there. But then later on, the academic instructor there in Fontana actually killed himself. And that was a guy I hated. He was a fucking asshole. Then then I find out that this same guy I was from other people who later on were going through that class, and he was the instructor of the class after that. And they hated him because he was an asshole as well. So I kind of wondered if maybe they were doing that on purpose. Maybe it's an integral part of their curriculum for the academic instructor to be a really pushy, impatient jerk or whatever. Kind of like drill instructor or whatever. And I can't say I blame them if that is the case, especially having done 20 years in the military. How important it is to and they don't want people to stay around who not really going to give a shit. That's the problem. You get too many people that all they care about doing is getting their CDL, and they don't really care about anything else about it except for just getting the CDL in their hand. You can't do that in a truck. You want to be accountable, and you will have access and be held accountable. Get over after getting past this tire carcass, or gator as we call them. Hey, Cheryl. Yeah, best advice I have though when you're going through the class, just keep your mouth shut and absorb everything you can. Be a sponge. Everything they teach you there, assuming that it's for a good reason. But just understand that the backing skills part of it is, that's all just procedural because that's the requirement for it. And it's not they might necessarily themselves. 6 years as an independent contractor for the government. Okay, yeah, it's totally different there. What branch were you contracting with, or what agency or whatever? I used to deal with contractors a lot also. Not regularly, but it was depending on, well, yes and no, I guess. Our supply people were contractors. Used to be government employees, and then they did what's called an A76 process, which where they changed it from government employees to contractors. So, and of course, it was the Air Force's way of trying to make the supply chain, supply process more cost efficient. Not necessarily effective or supply efficient, but cost efficient, yes. Blackwater, asset protection mostly, okay. What government agency was it? Blackwater's not a government agency. They were the contractor who had the contract with the government agency. Those are those things they put in the, I don't know. Those aren't things that they build in, like, no, put in the ground, are they? Brother-in-laws were contractors. One for Navy, one for the Air Force. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was in the Air Force myself. I had a full 20 tent term was an air reserve. CIA and DOD. Okay, yeah, Navy and Air Force both fall under DOD. CIA, I can't remember. I don't know if they're. I don't remember. No, I can't remember. Are they DOD also? I can't remember. Parked over there by the Lions Den. Black Kenworth. Picacho Peak Plaza. I think I might have been there before when I was actually stationed out here and we'd go up to Phoenix. Last 6 months working for Homeland Security. Okay. And unfortunately with them, with England, honestly, I think they kind of do have to do it that way. Like I say, they got way too many dipshits who show up there and make it through the cracks maybe when they shouldn't. It's like just good enough to pass. In fact, there was a term we used in the Air Force for someone like that, a Jeep. Just enough education to pass. That's what it stood for. I heard it a lot more, really only when I worked on C-130s. And when I got to March Air Reserve Base and was working on 141s and KC-135s and C-17s, I never really heard anyone using that term. In fact, I would use the term because I learned it as a C-130 crew chief, and they would, sometimes, oh, what the hell's a Jeep? And I'd have to explain it to them. How the hell do you not know what the hell a Jeep is if you're an Air Force crew chief? But yeah, I get too many of those guys who they don't have the concept of attention to detail. They don't know how to not fixate on a certain detail for too long, or watch literally everything. And they actually will give people a chance on their driving test when you go to test for your CDL. If they think that you're one of the better students, and they pay attention, they know who's paying attention, who's actually trying, and who isn't. And when you do the road test, they know you're going to make mistakes. Just bet on it. Plan on that. Don't get too nervous. They know that some of the mistakes you're going to make are because of your nerves, and that's specifically it. So they are forgiving to some extent on that. In fact, when I did my CDL test, I remember I thought I did horribly on it. It's like I feel like I made a bunch of mistakes, and then when we got back to the yard, he told me, yeah, there were mistakes I made, but I had probably the best score that he'd ever given before. Yeah, there were mistakes in there that he documented me on, but and I think he gave me a lot of extra room because, or not necessarily a lot of extra room, but the fact that he knew from watching me, seeing me, I was actually asking good questions at the yard when I was doing backing training and stuff. I would ask him actually good questions, because I actually wanted to know. And they know, they can see, they talk to each other too. The yard instructors all talk to each other and share notes on, hey, who's doing well, who's not doing well, who do you think is going to make it, who's going to do well on the CDL test, who's not going to do well. So they already know before they even test you how good or bad you're likely going to be. And if they know that you're one of the better ones, they're going to probably give you a little bit more latitude than they will with other drivers. But I remember like one, I was supposed to be in the right lane, but I was actually in the center lane to the right. And then he asked me why I did that, and I wasn't really sure. So I just kind of had this feeling I was supposed to be on the right, but I wasn't sure. And even though I knew I was probably going to make a left turn up the road. And he said, yeah, that's exactly it. And the reason why is to protect your blind side. You don't want traffic driving past you on the right if you can avoid it. Then I had another goof up where getting off the freeway, getting off I-15 at an exit. There were two left turn lanes, and I didn't realize that there were two left turn lanes until I was already committed to the inner one, which was the wrong one. Then whenever you make a turn in a truck, you're always supposed to be in the outer lane, no matter what. If there are two right turn lanes, you use the outer right turn lane. And if you're in for two left turn lanes, you always use the outer one. They're going to teach you that. They're going to have older school drivers telling you that that's wrong on the right turns, I guarantee it. But I can assure you, Sierra England, Werner, and a bunch of other CDL schools are going to teach you always use the outer lane. It does not matter what the old school drivers are going to tell you. There's more to that too, but anyway, I got in the wrong lane, and then he's like, "What's wrong with this picture?" And I go, "I'm in the wrong lane." Exactly. And then there was another truck coming up the ramp and going to use the outer left turn lane, and now you have another problem. Now you have this guy in the lane next to you, but now what are you going to do? So when the light turned green, I made sure, I went ahead and started going into the intersection, but I made sure I let the other truck go ahead of me, at least ahead of me, even though I kept rolling. And I only took whatever space the other truck was going to allow me to take. I knew the other truck needed to make his turn. If I was going to have to, I was going to wait for him to make his turn first, but from what I could tell, there was room for me to work with to go ahead and start my turn and then just stay back a little bit. And the proctor was watching me. He could see that I was constantly looking back at left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right while I was in that turn. Looking left to see where I'm at in relation to the lane I needed, and then constantly looking right to see where the other guy's at, and in my mirror to see how much space he was giving me over there too. And that, even though it was a mistake, he saw exactly how observant I was on it. It made him extremely comfortable. It was that 4305, I think it said. But yeah, there were several mistakes I made on my test, and there's no doubt I was like one of the two best people there in the class. The other guy was a former Marine who was basically my study buddy. We both took it really seriously. Stupid idiots should not have been there, and hang on, check the rest there after I get clear area around me, which is after this utility truck goes by and on a straightaway. Get themselves another guys killed. Yes. Yeah, you really have to pay attention. Speaking of that, with nearly getting killed, I've had two occasions here where, at least a couple occasions where I had to, it was my attention to detail that prevented me from getting ran over. One of them, I was with Sierra England at the time. I was at a TA or whatever it was, I forget. I don't remember what state I was in. I don't remember if it was Tennessee, Kentucky, or somewhere out in that general area. Alabama, I don't know, somewhere out that way. But I remember I was parked in a spot that was facing right at the fuel island, basically right behind the fuel island. And I was inside the building, and I went back out to my truck, and I saw two trucks coming from the right. Now, one of them I'd already seen the guy driving around the lot before. The first guy, though, now he was coming from our right to my left, and yeah, basically it looked like he was approaching the fuel island, like maybe he was going to get fuel. And then there was another guy who was right behind him, following him. That was the second guy was the one who I recognized as, hey, I'd seen this guy in his truck already. Well, I had to assess the situation. Like, I don't like it because I got to go right across both of these guys' paths to get to my truck, and I'd already gotten past the fuel island itself and was kind of starting to get, I'm basically in between the fuel island and my truck now. So I watched the first guy, and he does a button-up turn, goes into one of the lanes a couple spots over, or 2 or 3 spots over from me on the right. I'm like, okay, no problem there. But now the other guy is starting to go around him, and I don't know what this guy's intent is. I don't know if he's going to just press on straight on through to the exit, or if he's going to come into the fuel island. So I stopped in my tracks to make sure I knew what he was going to do first. And then, what do you know? As soon as he gets around that other truck, he starts doing a button-up turn to come into the fuel island as well. But the problem was, his button hook had him right on the path to run right over me. I was looking right at the guy the entire time. His eyes never once looked at me. His eyes were glued to the damn fuel island. He had no fucking clue that I was there. And I had to actually run off to the left to avoid getting ran over by that fucking idiot. I think it was both a combination of the fact that I knew he was coming and I wasn't sure what he was doing, and I'm not going to go across near his path until I know exactly what he's doing first. And I look for eye contact. I look for some kind of confirmation that he can definitely see me and that he's going to wait before I do something. So needless to say, I was not happy at all about that. Then had another case when I was in Salt Lake City. I was at the Flying J across the street from Blue Beacon. A friend of mine, now he also drives for JCT. We were both there, and we were walking back, and we were walking toward the building from our trucks. While doing that, there was a Crete driver who had just come out of the fuel island, and he starts racing out of the lane, out of the fuel island, and toward the lane that we had just come out of. That'll take you to the exit. He starts cutting a corner, starts making his turn not too long after he got his tractor past us, and we had to shoot off over to the right side to avoid getting ran over by the tandems on his trailer. I cannot stress this enough. It's not a goddamn car. Don't ever fucking drive a truck like it's a car. That's exactly what almost got me, and that my friend ran over. Because some fucking moron forgets that he's in a car. That he's in a truck with a trailer that takes every shortcut in the world, and not in a damn car. Drill that in your head. Don't ever fucking forget that. I guarantee you're gonna have an accident if you, and you're not gonna like the results. can learn, and that's good. I actually liked having trainees on my truck who actually were eager to learn. Now, who were anyone who was proactive about, with asking questions or whatever, or eager to learn whatever I could, they could learn from me. Those were my favorites to have. The ones I hated most were the ones like Cody. Cody, as you see there, he's one of my former trainees. I was in the Walmart fleet when I trained him. And that's the right attitude too, James. Be the best truck driver you can be. Don't try to be the best truck driver in the world. Just be the best that you can possibly be. But setting a goal of perfect, you realize you're not so perfect. There's even 30-year experienced guys out here who are, very well, know very, very well what they're doing, are still going to make bad decisions. We always get into tough situations where, do I make this decision or do I make that decision? And then part of your development as a professional is, if you get into these tough situations, take it and learn from it. What can you do to prevent yourself from getting into that tough situation next time? Sometimes you can do something about it, sometimes you cannot. He's actually more like a son to me. Literally, he's like, I'm 46, he's like 26 or something like that, so I really am old enough to be his dad. Damn, what's going on here? Oh shit, there's a truck here, looks like off the shoulder. And another one that's on its side. Okay, there's a wrecker, no, it's a wrecker with, looks like CFI. Central Freight is on a double pump trailer. It's on its side.
Yeah, that first one I started driving, that was 700 horses strung down to the ground with that big cat, double turbo and everything on that one.
Guessing the other truck on
biggest ones we run are 800 cats.
Eastbound in the right lane. You might want to move out of. There's a CFI truck on its side, just east of the 200.
That ain't ain't supposed to do that when you blow them steerings.
Yeah, they didn't teach you that shit, truck guys too, I guess.
Is that what put him out there as a blown steer tire?
Somewhere right now.
Alright, so yeah, blown steer tire put him off the road and on his side. And that's another thing that's extremely important to remember. What do you do if you blow a steer tire? Or what if you do if you...
Yeah, last time I blew a steering tire, that was about 30 some years ago. One of the old cab overs.
I think we kind of give a certain person who watches the streams the wrong impression at times. Take your foot off the gas and the truck will let the truck slow down. Hold the wheel tight, yeah. Sometimes you may even need to put a little bit of accelerator in to get control of the truck. If it starts to lose control, that's that's why you ideally, it's usually not a good idea to be going at your governed speed, even though most everybody does, including myself. Because you might need to use a little bit of accelerator, just a slight bit, to get the weight off the bad steer tire to help regain control of it. And then, like you were saying, yeah, very carefully get your speed down until you can get to until you come to a stop on the right shoulder. Blue JCT Kenworth coming. 3949 Delta. Hey, Cody. By the way, I was talking to a friend of mine. He's also in a 2020. He says that he had that same problem as you before. He said he posted on the comment to your post. And the Jake brake selector. I guess that was defective on his truck and it had to get replaced. And he said ever since he got that part replaced, he hasn't had any problems. So I'm thinking the shop that your truck's at needs to figure this out and get rid of that, replace that switch stock thing, maybe even the wiring to it, whatever, and see if it fixes it. What's up? Hello? Oh, come on. Have they heard of an intermittent problem before? All right, that's good. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. And then how much are you gonna have to be playing around with that damn switch to figure out before it'll actually start? Okay, so something that might help you. If they can get you a load that goes back to the yard first, so you can at least get it over there and get it taken care of right away, great. But if it takes more than one load, and let's just say you need to get trailer washed out or something, because blue beacons are going to tell you you have to have your engine shut off before they'll even touch your trailer. So yeah, I would do is I'd tell them either you let me leave it running, and or Yeah, I can't guarantee I'll be able to get the truck started again if I shut it off. So either you let me leave it running, or yeah, and do it, or I can also disconnect from the trailer and pull out, and then I'll reconnect after you guys say I'm good to go. And what, yeah, what efforts have they done to duplicate the problem? Oh, I just tried it one time and the truck started up and that was fine. That's not diagnosing. It's like and I can play that bullshit game. I used to. I spent many years as an aircraft mechanic. I know damn well. You get an intermittent problem. It's in your best interest as a mechanic to keep trying it and trying it and trying it and see if you can duplicate it even once. I can't say I blame them. I'm sure, but still, it's a hey, yeah, like do your freaking job. Don't do it. I'd actually question them on it. Cause I don't try to bullshit with me, buddy. Cause I used to be a mechanic myself. I don't. You're not gonna pull a fast one on me. Uh, getting invoices in your email showing what was on there, and it was for what with the truck or the APU. And then they say it was a warranty repair or okay, then that should be a warranty repair there. But what was the one that wasn't? Because somebody tampered with it. How's that your fault? This what was this seal? What was this seal or whatever the gasket, whatever it was? Yeah. Well, how's that on you? Anything, right? All right. I would ask the shop about that. Bob Burns or anyone over there. Yeah. All right. Wait. Wait, laptop repaired. The one you just got? Oh, okay. Where the hell did you get this from? Interesting. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Okay, bye. I'm 90 miles down to the Tonopah area, but again, I might go further. I don't know yet. I've got someone on the right shoulder up here, looks like.
log in to add a comment. Please log in to add a...
Stop! That's not what I was trying to do. Fast forward to the next article. Shithead.
Article 114 of 132. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the best case of you just picked a fight with the wrong person that you've witnessed? John Reese, Senior Software Engineer. Answered March 31, 2020. Upvoted by James Weiner, JD.
James Weiner.
Law and Environmental Law, University of Detroit Mercy School of Law, 1991, and Karen Mackey, JD. Law, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, 1994. Author has 361 answers and 2M answer views.
Heard this guy's answers before.
Long ago I managed a pizza place across the street from a high school. The school was known for having an active community of skinheads, neo-Nazi twerps who relished shocking people with their racist comments and Adolf Hitler t-shirts. Unfortunately, we got our fair share of these asshats every day at lunch hour. One day, one of the skinheads picked a fight with a black kid, who calmly asked him if he wanted to step outside. On their way out to the parking lot, the skinhead surreptitiously grabbed one of our forks. A few minutes later, the black kid returned, alone. "Here's your fork back," he said, handing it to the assistant manager. The manager said, "Hey, you've got blood on your arm. Are you okay?" "Oh, yeah," the kid said. "That's his blood." 20.4K views. View 1.6K upvoters. View sharers. About the author. John Reese. Senior software engineer. BS Computer Science, Park University, graduated 2004. Lives in Austin, TX. 2M content views 40.4K this month. Top writer 2018. View 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 115 of 132. Intelligence officials weigh possibility coronavirus escaped from a Chinese lab. Washington, although the U.S. intelligence community early on dismissed the notion that the coronavirus is a synthesized bioweapon, it is still weighing the possibility that the pandemic might have been touched off by an accident at a research facility rather than by an infection from a live animal market, according to 9 current and former intelligence and national security officials familiar with ongoing investigations. After extensive research, scientists in the US and elsewhere have determined that the new strain of the coronavirus discovered in China in December is, as Chinese officials have maintained, of natural origin, but they are taking seriously that its route to human infection may have started in a lab in Wuhan. "It's definitely a real possibility being bandied about at the high levels of the administration," said one of the sources, who has knowledge of China and national security. A technician works to produce vaccines for the H1N1 flu virus at a lab in Wuhan, China, in June 2009. Reuters, China Daily. More. We are actively and vigorously tracking down every piece of information we get on this topic, and we are writing frequently to update policymakers, an intelligence official told Yahoo News. The intelligence community has not come down on any one theory. While Chinese officials were quick to link the origin of the disease to infected animals at the Wuhan seafood market, which was formally closed on Jan 1, scientists have not traced the initial exposure back to any specific animals. Therefore, an alternative possibility remains that there are reasons to be wary of that theory. It may serve as a propaganda tool for politicians who want to fan tensions with China, and many scientists still argue that a natural outbreak is the most likely possibility, dismissing any alternative theory. But finding the source of the outbreak could also be vital in understanding how it spread and how to prevent the next potential pandemic. In December, Chinese health officials began to publicly worry that the mysterious cluster of pneumonia patients in Hubei province might be a sign of something ominous. On Deck 31, the Wuhan Municipal Health Commission formally notified the World Health Organization's country office in China about the worrying trend. Since those initial reports, more than 1 million people around the world have tested positive for the new, highly infectious strain of coronavirus and its resulting disease, COVID-19. More than 100,000 have died. According to multiple news outlets, the intelligence community was gathering information on the outbreak as early as November. By the new year, the White House was being briefed on the potential that the virus would spread globally. Chinese officials were hiding some of the details, intelligence officials said, but they feared things could get much worse. President Trump, however, waited until March to recommend nationwide extreme social distancing measures to slow the outbreak. While the severity of the potential sources tell Yahoo News there has been intense internal interest in the source of the outbreak. While the intelligence community is not discounting a range of potential transmission vectors, including contact between humans and animals, officials are seriously pursuing the possibility that a natural sample of the virus escaped a laboratory. "It's absolutely being looked at very closely at the highest levels," said one intelligence source with knowledge of the investigations. The British government is reportedly considering the same possibility. One reason for the suspicion is the lack of information coming from China. Beijing's quick denials of involvement and the decision to immediately identify. I find it very funny that China very quickly blamed the market, said one recently retired intelligence official. The Chinese government did not respond to multiple requests for comment made through its foreign ministry and its embassy in the US. In fact, some of the very first cases of COVID-19 were not linked to the market, and there are a number of important research institutions in Wuhan where infectious diseases are studied. Medical staff outside the Jinyintan Hospital, Wuhan, in January. Reuters, Stringer. More. Those include the Wuhan National Biosafety Lab, the first publicly acknowledged lab with the highest biosafety standards, the Wuhan branch of the Chinese Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Wuhan Institute of Virology, home to one of the world's top research groups on bat coronaviruses, where scientists have studied thousands of samples. The Wuhan Institute of Virology, which collaborates with researchers and institutions around the world, including the U.S. National Institutes of Health, is a key site for the Global Virome Project, a global initiative focused on preventing the next pandemic by researching DNA and RNA of viruses in animals that could potentially infect humans. While that group does not typically work with intact virus samples, according to David Relman, a microbiologist at Stanford University, it is possible that the researchers could have collected a virus sample from a bat and been researching it within the lab. The decision made public by the Wuhan Institute of Virology only on Jan 23 of this year.
About 10 miles away
The
from
progenitor of the current virus, says Richard E. Bright, a molecular biologist at Rutgers University, could be either the 2013 bat sample or another bat coronavirus that is closely related and hasn't been discovered or disclosed as of today. Not all scientists agree with this possibility. Writing in Nature, a team of 5 scientists argued that the new emerged too recently to have been identified, isolated from other virus samples, cultured and then accidentally released from a lab. Because there is so much variety in types of coronavirus in bats and other species, virus specimens are massively undersampled, wrote the authors, making it less likely Chinese researchers discovered this specific strain. We do not believe that any type of laboratory-based scenario is plausible, they concluded. However, even Chinese researchers initially pointed to the possibility of a lab accident in a study published in February on ResearchGate. The killer coronavirus probably originated from a laboratory in Wuhan, wrote researchers, although they also raised the possibility of natural transmission. Safety level may need to be reinforced in high-risk biohazardous laboratories, continued Bo-Tao Xiao and Lei Xiao of Guangzhou's South China University of Technology. Bo-Tao Xiao later withdrew the paper, telling the Wall Street Journal he did not have evidence for his theories. 2 Chinese universities recently posted online notices placing restrictions on publishing academic research on the origins of the coronavirus, though those have since been removed from the internet. Public videos and articles have revealed poor safety standards on the part of some Wuhan researchers, including being exposed to bat urine and failing to wear proper protective equipment. Additionally, there have been incidents of SARS samples escaping from Chinese labs in the past. Retired Air Force Brig. Gen. Robert Spalding, a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute and a former National Security Council official who worked on China issues in the Trump administration, told Yahoo News he believes a lab accident is a definite possibility. They have had prior accidental releases of the SARS virus. Also, it seems the bats were not local to Wuhan. I do not know if the U.S. government is looking into this, he wrote in an email. But if the Wuhan National Biosafety Lab scientists were dabbling in potentially dangerous research, Beijing would not want to call attention to it, he concluded. Zheng Li Shi, who leads the group studying bat coronavirus samples at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, published a paper in 2016 in the Journal of Virology detailing experiments on 2 bat coronaviruses with features needed for human infections. According to the paper, the scientists maintained biosafety level 2 standards while conducting the research, which is in line with the international standards for coronavirus samples except for SARS and MERS. Dr. Doreen Muth of Germany's Bonn Faculty of Medicine working in a biosafety lab in 2013. Wolfgang Ratte, Reuters. More. There are 4 different biosafety levels. Level 4 is reserved for the most dangerous and infectious diseases, such as Ebola. Under Biosafety Level 2, samples are considered moderate risk, according to the CDC, leading to minimal requirements for hand-washing sinks, automatically locking doors and methods to decontaminate waste. Those standards may have been inadequate for coronavirus samples, experts argue. Virus collection, culture, isolation, or animal infection at BSL-2, given the infectiousness of the coronavirus, would pose a high risk of accidental infection of a lab worker, and from the lab worker, the public, wrote Ebright in an email to Yahoo News. Ebright is one of many scientists who have pushed the global community to improve its handling of dangerous pathogens, a problem not just for China but for labs worldwide. USA Today in 2015 conducted a wide-ranging investigation of accidents, safety violations and potential disasters in U.S. labs, and found problems ranging from infected lab mice escaping to failures with protective gear. Relman, who has advised the government on emerging infectious diseases, told Yahoo News that whether the virus escaped from a lab or not, something he personally views as less likely. He hopes the pandemic will spur higher lab safety standards worldwide. Standards are not clear enough, not uniformly practiced, and are not keeping up with advances in biological technologies, which, in theory, allow many more people to experiment with these viruses, he wrote. The possibility that the pandemic originated in a lab was first discussed publicly in mid-February as China hawks and Trump allies began to push the bioweapon angle. The New York Times reported that the main proponent of the lab accident theory is President Trump's Deputy National Security Advisor, Matthew Pottinger, a former Wall Street Journal reporter in China with a reputation for hawkish views on Beijing. Pottinger, through an NSC spokesperson, declined to comment. Republican said. Tom Cotton of Arkansas publicly promoted a range of theories, including that the virus could have been a deliberate release or an engineered bioweapon that was accidentally leaked. However, Cotton, who sits on the Senate Intelligence Committee, also noted that the culprit could have been good science, bad safety, or a mistake made in the course of honest research on diagnostic testing or vaccines. Current and former intelligence officials familiar with internal briefings declined to provide details but noted the lab accident theory being promoted by Cotton may not be so crazy. Tom Cotton is presenting some useful stuff there, said one recently retired intelligence official when asked about the theory. Said Tom Cotton of Arkansas. Nicholas Cam, AFP via Getty Images. More. Another former intelligence official in touch with current officials told Yahoo News that Trump began calling the virus the Wuhan virus after intelligence briefings he received on its origin. Critics said this term, which is not used by the scientific community, was bolstering xenophobic attacks on Asian Americans and Asians worldwide at a time when international cooperation is required to investigate the outbreak. The possibility that the virus leaked during a lab accident is being seriously considered within the U.S. government, according to another recently retired senior national security official, who pointed to the State Department.
Loop 202 is right after the exit here for the lefts. Skin in the game there, but you can't make a decision based on an article like this, but it's at least good to see they're evaluating whether there's how plausible it is or how likely it is that lab engineering had something to do with it. To hang out here because my exit's coming up soon. Why the hell are we doing 50 miles an hour? I don't get it. I see a dump truck up there. Looks like it's causing it. would China actually do something like that? And don't say it across the American economy, because China needs a strong American economy to feed their own economy. They have a lot less product they can sell to foreign consumers or manufacturers if the U.S. has a shitty economy. They definitely do not have a motive to do that. They would rather outgrow the U.S. They don't want to collapse the American economy. Not when we were the biggest trade partner with them. Westbound on Loop 202 now. Be a little over a 20-mile drive on here before I get back onto I-10 westbound. That people blaming mad at Trump are necessarily siding with China. I think a lot of them are just mad at Trump because they don't like him already, and they want any bullshit reason they can to reinforce their view on why they don't like him, even if it's not a legitimate view. Confirmation bias. Trump's attitude. There's egomaniacal ways, whatever, but put it this way. Could I do a better job than him in his position that he's dealing with, the situation? Do I want to deal with the situation he's dealing with? No. I can't guarantee it I'd do a better job, so I'm in no position to criticize him over the way he's doing it. Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, you were talking about that the other day, Jim. I think it was Ivanka you liked. About the stimulus checks, he wants his name on them. I don't get it. And now I know a lot of people are up in arms over that because I guess they're getting delayed on their payments because he wants this detail on there, which I'm not sure why that matters. I've not read into it though, so I'm not gonna sit there and say I'm for or against whatever's going on because I don't know the rationale behind why he wants that to take place. I don't care about politics enough to want to know what's going on there. Not really affecting me anyway. I'm still getting paid. My wife's still getting paid. Why? It's not concerning me. that has nothing to do with they fix the problem in front of our face. There's a problem there is Republicans are no better when it comes to that kind of stuff. Another one, speaking of the media and the way they do things, a relative of mine had posted on his Facebook, I guess he was watching the news, one of the LA news stations, because he lives in Rialto. I don't remember which station it was, it might have been KCAL 9 or something, which KCAL 9 is a CBS affiliate. We have two, basically we have Channel 2, which is KCBS, and then we have KCAL, which is Channel 9. Well, one's Channel 2, one's Channel 9. Both of them are CBS stations. I think it was KCAL 9. No, I guess they were airing some briefing that Trump was giving, and I guess in the briefing, Trump was calling out the media or whatever. Or no, he had media clips from other sources in there with his presentation, whatever. And I guess the news station actually cut off the briefing and like went to commercial, whatever. And I guess there was an uproar over that. Why'd they do this? I don't know if it was maybe licensing issues because he was using. News footage that belongs to its other news station's intellectual property, or there was some other ulterior motive to it. I like how that motorcycle cop was sitting there trying to sneakily catch anybody who's flying through here. There's a guy for you to chase down. Probably never saw it though. Alright, we're at the west end of 202. Now we're starting to head north. Basically 202 goes west and then north up to back up to I-10. We're making the turn to the north now. Presidents do that. They all go play golf and do a lot of stuff while they're golfing. Yeah, it's only a problem when Trump is doing it. on the flag. I didn't see that. She needs her ass kicked though, and also kicked off the team if that's the case. How are you supposed to represent a nation when you're willing to step on the national symbol of that nation? That's bullshit. She needs the shit beat out of her over that. Who's a hell of a lot classier. He's not even an American, he's Jamaican. And there's video of him doing an interview next to alongside the track at one point in time, I think in Olympics, whatever. And in the background, they start to play the Star Spangled Banner for somebody else, and he actually stopped the interview to show respect for the national anthem of our country. It's not even his own country. I'd rather have a bunch of players who will embarrass us in performance on the field than people who embarrass us as a country. Not very far from I-10. That's why I'm kind of hanging out here. I'm only doing 55. I got a mile and a quarter to go to get to the interchange for 10. Yeah, what an embarrassment. That's a good way to kill any interest in the team at all. I blame you, bro. You and I both are veterans, so it's even more has more meaning to us than it does to the average person too. And not to discount the importance that it has to a lot of regular citizens, but There's a big difference between being a citizen who loves your country and your flag and being someone who actually served for your country. And yeah, not to insult the people who actually do love our country and do love our flag, but it's just a whole... Seriously, dude. Damn it. I want to get around this guy, but... end up with a battle with them down there in the bottom. They've got a Heartland Express going flying around. Transition roads like this, usually always the right lane ends into the left. So that's why I was reluctant to go around this guy. Beat the shit out of them. I don't care. I'm not gonna sit there and disrespect my country's flag like that. Still got 4:10 left on my clock before I have to stop. Done 247 miles. Not quite to the halfway point. Say about 30 out from the halfway point. continue on to exit 45 at the very least. If not further. So far, 60 mile an hour pace. I got a 236 mile range remaining. That put me just shy of 500 miles. So I could actually get all the way into California before I have to stop if I want to. Arizona right now. Westbound on I-10, heading toward California. Is that thing on there securely? It's kind of that heavy haul truck over there. It looked like that crane was leaning to the right. Like maybe it wasn't on there right.
Article 116 of 132. Atlanta Fed's Bostic economy could turn on again in the third quarter. Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta President Raphael Bostic told Yahoo Finance on Tuesday that the U.S. economy could begin its recovery in the third quarter, depending on the health response to the novel coronavirus. Bostic said he is hopeful that portions of the U.S. can reach the peak of coronavirus cases soon, predicting the third quarter of this year could be a time when we start to see things turn on again. But Bostic reiterated that the timing will depend on the health response, adding that the recovery arc could take longer if the virus is not properly contained. In the meantime, Bostic said the Fed will continue to act aggressively to make sure businesses and households have access to credit. President and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta Raphael W. Bostic speaks at a European Financial Forum event in Dublin, Ireland February 13, 2019. Reuters quoted Kilcoyne. Bostic said the Fed is taking dramatic and drastic actions to ensure the availability of credit through the banking system. The Fed has opened 9 liquidity facilities to backstop markets ranging from U.S. Treasuries to U.S. dollar funding, all of which are aimed at calming financial markets that appeared to be malfunctioning as the coronavirus spread across the U.S. Last week, the Fed unveiled $2.3 trillion in funding to the U.S. economy, with a focus on providing liquidity to Main Street loans and municipal debt markets. The announcement also included some help to companies with fallen angel debt or investment-grade bonds that had slipped into junk territory. Bostic told Yahoo Finance that he has some concerns over the health of nonprofits and mortgage servicers. Bostic said nonprofits, at the forefront of the relief efforts, may not benefit from the Paycheck Protection Program offered through the CARES Act, the part of the $2.2 trillion coronavirus stimulus meant to aid small businesses. On mortgage servicers, Bostic said late mortgage payments may stress the ability of servicers, which are in many cases, non-banks that are unsupervised by the Fed, to cover their obligations. Bostic added that the gig economy is also seeing some signs of stress. We're going to have to think about ways that we can restructure or provide carve-outs, so that we don't lose important activities in those sectors, Bostic said. Bostic said the municipal debt markets are still showing some signs of pressure and tension, hinting that Congress could give the Fed authorization to expand its relief efforts to state and local debt. Amid the central bank's efforts to soften the blow of COVID-19 to the economy, the Fed's ballooning balance sheet has come into view as the central bank recently blew through the $6 trillion mark on its asset holdings. Bostic said the many liquidity facilities have sunset times on them and added that the pace of asset purchases will not last forever. I'm not expecting our balance sheet to remain at this size, Bostic said. As we get into the recovery phase, I think the natural course of events will lead our balance sheet to start to shrink. Brian Chung is a reporter covering the Fed, economics, and banking for Yahoo Finance. You can follow him on Twitter at bchungs. Powell, Fed will act forcefully, proactively, and aggressively to support the U.S. economy. Federal Reserve announces $2.3 trillion in funding for households, local governments. Coronavirus could wipe out nearly a fifth of small businesses, NY Fed survey. Banks undergoing real stress test as recession fears continue. A glossary of the Federal Reserve's full arsenal of bazookas. Read the latest financial and business news from Yahoo Finance. Follow Yahoo Finance on Twitter, Facebook,
Okay, I hear a lot of people in the investing world swearing that we're going to have a big recession and bear market just because of the, as they like to call it, fiat currency or fake money or whatever. We're always printing money. There are trade-offs on that though. It's not printing fake money, it's actually printing more money. It just devalues the US dollar. Now you do have to worry about deflation with that, but a weaker dollar actually makes it acts as a stimulant to the economy. So it makes it cheap. It makes it cheaper for foreign consumers and manufacturers to buy American products. And then once there's demand on put more demand on it, and expensive to pay the bills that they already have due to exchange rate changes. But again, you get the American economy stimulated and start pushing getting the job growth up there. Get rid of pork barrel programs, and the government can be in a better position to pay its debts. Not to mention a stronger economy and stronger supply chain actually does contribute to a stronger dollar too. The TA in Tonopah straight ahead, but as I mentioned, I'm going to go ahead and continue on. I still have 3:45 left on my clock. I still feel fine. I don't need to stop for anything. The only reason I'd want to stop right now would be to get all these damn bug guts off my windshield, but I'm just going to collect more anyway. And honestly, I need to get reefer fuel anyway, so no reason to either stop at the 45 or stop at the 2 or maybe get fuel, fill the reefer unit up in California before I go make my delivery. Or not before I make my delivery, but on the way in. What is with those vehicles? Well, they have some kind of cover things on them, whatever, I guess to hide the actual design on them. I assume prototypes that they're maybe ferrying to a location or something. I don't know. So I've seen around before. That I could always use more. I could always use more another drink, so if I can get off here just for a minute to clean my windshield and get a drink or something, and then get back out. So I'm half tempted to get all the way to Curiaco Summit when I had to do my 30. Curiaco Summit's in California, the top of the hill up there before you start coming down the pass down into Indio. That fuel island's not too crowded, so I don't have to wait too long just to get to clean my windshield. pick a spot where I don't have that damn support post interfering with my when I need to use the squeegee. A second ago. We're gonna use the restroom, get a drink, and we'll be out of here. Tonopah, Arizona right now, west of Phoenix. Stop for just long enough to clean my windshield and use the restroom, get a drink, and now get rolling. Still got 3.5 hours to work with before I have to stop for a break, so. And right going, I might just go ahead and go all the way into California before I stop for my break. There's a pickup behind the truck that was coming, and I assume he's coming through, but we're good. Yeah, he is continuing south. If you're just tuning in, my load is going to Riverside, California. Will be there at the end of my shift, but I'm on the first half of the shift here. I'll be crossing the halfway point of the trip before. I was originally planning to possibly stop and do my 30 here in Tonopah, but I feel like I can go further, and I want to go at least half. I want to cover at least half the trip before out of the shift before I stop for my 30. Miles ago to California, which put me around an hour and a half, maybe just a hair over an hour and a half. Now wait on these trucks to get by me first. I don't want to leave trucks hanging out in the fast lane, especially after they already moved over just to accommodate me. Appropriate, the courteous thing to do is let him back over before you get up to speed. Yeah, I don't do you really good, you fucking idiot. That silver car thought he was going to try to pass this other truck on the right. Made sure that gap got closed quickly so he couldn't use it. Now, because the guy's an asshole, I don't care. I'm gonna let Van Eren stay out here as long as he wants to, just so I can mess with the car that's behind him. seen him before. I don't quite think I recognize his truck, but I swear I've seen him before. Probably have seen his truck, just don't know it.
(117 of 132). Answer, Quora.
Thank you.
Open an app. Sign in. What happened when you said no when an officer asked to search your car? Todd Nelson, several relatives in law enforcement. Answered April 6, 2020, upvoted by Niklas Olofsson, MS. BA Law and Informatics, Umeå University, 1999, and Paul E. Glotzer, JD. Law, University of Michigan, 1990. Author has 144 answers and 288.8k answer views. I said, of course you can't search. He looked a bit shocked and made me repeat myself like he thought he surely had misheard me. He said that if I refused that could only mean that I was trying to hide something from him. I told him that was not the only logical conclusion one could draw from a refusal to consent to search. He said that wasn't true in his experience and that he had to believe that I was trying to hide something from him. I said, let me phrase it this way, and I mean this in the most respectful way possible. Would you mind if I rifled through your wife's panty drawer? He was dumbstruck for a second, so before he could recover I added, why does she have something to hide? He was still speechless, but his glare spoke volumes, so I hoped I could douse the flame a bit by adding, that was an extreme example and I apologize for it, but I hoped it would illustrate that you don't have to be hiding something in order to want people, especially authority, to stay out of your things. Maybe my compliance would have garnered me a warning instead of a citation. But maybe if I had complied and allowed him in my vehicle, who knows what may have happened. Although unlikely, here's a short list of what a rogue cop or simple misfortune may do if given the chance. Discover contraband left by previous owner. Discover contraband left by a passenger. Discover contraband unknowingly left by yourself. Plant contraband in order to hold you responsible while making himself look good. I'll take a speeding ticket for 9 miles over the limit instead any day. Your mileage may vary. 228.9k views.
Got a point.
3.9k upvoters. View sharers. Suggestions pending. About the author. Todd Nelson. Technology freelancer 2011 present. Bachelor of Arts Information Systems and Computer Science, Washington State University. Lived in Seattle, WA 1988-2015.
Range of
288.
Range of about 200 miles now before I have to stop.
1 space. View 39 other answers to this question.
That should get me a little over 100
About
miles
careers,
into
privacy terms,
California,
contact.
which should be,
Open an app.
should be enough to
Article
get me
118
to,
of 132.
Kiriako Summit.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. How can companies that have been profiting billions for decades suddenly claim they need to be bailed out after losing only a few weeks of profit? Harold Moody, financial planning, real estate, securities, insurance professor. Answered April 14, 2020. Author has 1.9k answers and 256.9k answer views. I am just answering for one area of the question. Companies that make a lot of money spend a lot of money in the attempts to make an even a greater profit. Some may simply spend the money frivolously, though perks of executives, jets, helicopters, etc., since they believe, at least perceive, that their executives need higher compensation to stay with the company. Others might have put funds into additional research, pharmaceutical, tech, which is a more proper way of budgeting profits. Maybe they offer better health benefits, matching 401k plans, etc. in order to retain employees. Perhaps it is greater dividends. But one way or another, they look forward and are willing and able, at least at that period of time, to spend the money in a ways that uses up a lot of what they make. So when bad times come along, they, like a lot of people, have limited savings for the long haul. 58 views. View 3 upvoters. View sharers. About the author.
So
Harold
true.
Moody. PhD, MS,
That's
FP,
why
MBA, LLB.
That's exactly why a lot of trucking companies go out of business.
Instructor 1974 present. BSc from Worcester Polytechnic Institute, a graduated 1966. Lives in Crystal River, Florida 2013 present. 275k content views, 75.3k this month. Active in 2 spaces. View 3 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agree to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google, continue with Facebook. Login, sign up with email. Article 119 of 132. All aboard the high-speed train to Las Vegas, Fiona Ma, Riverside Press Enterprise 1 hour ago. An endeavor by Virgin Trains USA that would bring an all-electric, high-speed train between California and Nevada is moving down the track. For the better part of 18 months, the California Treasurer's Office, in coordination with Governor Newsom and state agencies, has worked to encourage significant private investment in our state's transportation network. On Tuesday, the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee Board approved a tax-exempt bond allocation that will allow the $5 billion Virgin Trains project to move forward, connecting Southern California and Las Vegas by rail. Our efforts are not alone on this project. Last month, the United States Department of Transportation approved its own allocation of tax-exempt bonds for Virgin Trains, and the state of Nevada is weighing a similar proposal. We've also worked with local officials and heard from mayors, state legislators, union leaders and members of the business community who support this project. The 170-mile line from Apple Valley in the high desert to Las Vegas would be along Interstate 15. The project will be paid for almost entirely with private funding. Virgin Trains USA plans to eventually operate all-electric trains from Victorville to Las Vegas in about 90 minutes. The trains would reach speeds in excess of 150 miles per hour. The project will benefit from the Metrolink system that connects Victorville with the Los Angeles area. Construction is estimated to start later this year and trains running by 2023. According to an economic development plan submitted by Virgin Trains USA to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee, CDLAC, which I chair, the project will result in a $2.3 billion boost to the economy. Operations will contribute $377 million over a 10-year period, and it will generate $317 million in state, local, and federal taxes. Further, it will all take place in the high desert, San Bernardino County area, where high-quality jobs are scarce and many commute to Los Angeles for work. The Victor Valley region of San Bernardino County was hit hard by the Great Recession and was slower than other areas of the state to recover, which is why the Virgin Trains USA project is getting deep support from Apple Valley, Victorville, Adelanto, and Hesperia officials. This is not a train engine. It's an economic engine for the whole state of California and the nation, says Palmdale Mayor Steve Hoffbauer. This is a great infrastructure project, says Robbie Hunter, president of the State Building and Construction Trades Council, which represents about 450,000 construction workers. It's good for the state, good for workers, and good for the environment. Apple Valley Town Council member Art Bishop says, this is the largest project the high desert has ever seen and may ever see. The Virgin Trains USA Economic Development Plan calls for the company to build 1,250 potential workforce housing units between 25 and 30 dwelling units per acre, on 400 acres it controls in the valley. Meanwhile, the new jobs created will benefit the local economy and include 100 high-skilled vehicle maintenance facility jobs with an average annual salary of $70,000. In addition to constructing a maintenance facility in the region for the train system, Virgin plans to purchase rolling stock from Siemens Mobility, Inc. in Sacramento, a leading manufacturer of locomotives and passenger coaches. The company also plans to build a station on 80 acres in Victorville and acquire 225 acres for housing and retail, commercial development near the station in North Victorville. Private equity, tax-exempt bonds issued on behalf of private businesses help make funding for certain private sector projects feasible. Unlike municipal bonds, the payment of principal and interest on private activity bonds is the responsibility of the private business receiving the proceeds, not the state or local community. Thus, private activity bonds are a low-risk way for government to finance projects that provide public benefits and contribute to the economic vitality of California. The all-electric train will save energy and reduce pollution. The project will significantly cut pollution by removing 100,000 metric tons of carbon emissions annually, and reduce traffic congestion by removing 2.8 million cars and 400 million vehicle miles traveled annually. This is an important consideration for California, which aims to slash climate-changing greenhouse gas emissions another 40% by 2030. This project is a triple win: transportation, economic development and housing, and an exciting public-private partnership that gives us the best value for our private equity, tax-exempt bonds. It creates desperately needed housing and jobs in the Apple Valley, Victorville region, while getting people out of their cars. Fiona Ma serves as California State Treasurer. Article 120 of 132. Answer: Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As a truck driver, what have you seen on the road that you don't tell people? John Lang, truck driver at Martin Brower, 2015 present. Answered April 14, 2020. When I was still OTR, I was running in Kentucky in the hills, I-71 I think. Anyway, road starts uphill and widens to 3 lanes, me in the right lane, another semi in the middle lane, and a little bit of traffic passing in the outside lane. Halfway up the hill, a couple crotch rockets go flying by, the one pops over into the middle lane, pops a wheelie showing off for his buddies, and bites pavement. Nothing the other driver could do, and I watched him and his bike come out the back in pieces. 15 views. About the author. John Lang. Truck driver at Martin Brower, 2015 present. Studied music at Olivet College, graduated 2005. Lives in Owasso, Michigan. New question. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 121 of 132. Coronavirus update: worldwide infections close in on 2 million as Trump suspends WHO funding. The number of people infected by the novel coronavirus worldwide crept closer to 2 million on Tuesday, led by a surging number of confirmed cases in the United States, amid a raucous debate over when the world's largest economy will relax strict stay-at-home orders that have shuttered businesses and left over 16 million unemployed. Amid an intensifying war of words between President Donald Trump and the World Health Organization, the president announced on Tuesday he would halt funding to the global health body, in order to conduct a review of how it handled the pandemic. The U.S. is by far the WHO's top contributor, and Trump has recently stepped up his critique that the organization mishandled the crisis in an effort to placate China, where the virus originated. Early in the crisis, the WHO was critical of Trump's proposed travel ban, and was slow to declare the outbreak a pandemic. The WHO pushed China's misset at a daily news conference. The pandemic's center of gravity has shifted decisively to the U.S., where testing per capita still lags other regions, and new COVID-19 diagnoses are closing in on 600,000 and 25,000 deaths. Within the last month alone, worldwide cases have risen exponentially, from just over 156,000 to nearly 2 million, according to real-time data maintained by Johns Hopkins. Nonetheless, market benchmarks have rallied, in part on expectations that officials will find a way to unfreeze the economy. It's truly astonishing that as global economic growth forecasts are looking bleak and most countries are battling potentially one of the worst downturns in a generation, the markets are on fire and trading as though these are normal times, said Devere Group CEO Nigel Green. They are not normal times. We are in uncharted waters, he added. A polarizing discussion has emerged about whether and when the U.S. economy can get back to normal, and who has the power to make that decision, as the federal government lavishes vast sums of money on the economy to counterbalance a wrenching recession. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo speaks as the USNS Comfort pulls into a berth in Manhattan during the outbreak of coronavirus disease, COVID-19. The fight has created a fissure between President Donald Trump and coastal governors who are outlining plans to reopen their states at an undetermined point in the future. On Monday, Trump said on Twitter that the decision to jumpstart the economy rests with him alone, rather than the dozens of governors imposing a patchwork of dramatic social distancing measures that have shuttered businesses as over 16 million Americans are out of work. Yet public health experts and economists have their doubts about a rapid reopening. California Governor Gavin Newsom said on Tuesday the state had no precise timeline for rebooting the Golden State's economy as infections appear to plateau. New York, the largest cluster of domestic infections, has over 200,000 cases on a death toll that exceeded 10,000 on Tuesday. Still, hospitalizations in the Empire State have fallen, an encouraging sign that a strained healthcare system has yet to break. However, neighboring New Jersey reported its worst day yet of COVID-19 deaths at 365 and has well over 68,000 confirmed cases. Meanwhile, China, Singapore, and South Korea, which was applauded for its aggressive efforts to bend the curve of new infections, are all grappling with cases of new infections or recovered patients seeing reactivated infections. It adds a new dimension to the furor over when it will be safe for U.S. workers to return to their jobs, and have businesses open their doors again as unemployment figures surge and a deep recession looms. We want to make sure the health crisis is addressed first, Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi told Yahoo Finance in an interview, calling the pandemic a seminal event that will definitively alter American life for years to come. In a lengthy action plan released recently, Scott Gottlieb, a fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and the Trump administration's former FDA commissioner, outlined a multi-pronged approach designed to slow the coronavirus domestic spread and gradually restore the economy to a sense of normalcy. The four-phase proposal states that officials can relax social distancing policies after a sustained reduction in cases for at least 14 days, and local hospitals are safely able to treat all patients requiring hospitalization without resorting to crisis standards of care. A critical aspect of ending shelter-in-place orders would also mean the capacity exists in the state to test all people with COVID-19 symptoms, along with state capacity to conduct active monitoring of all confirmed cases and their contacts. To date, the U.S. has struggled to ramp up mass testing, with fewer than 3 million tested, according to Johns Hopkins data. Click here for more of Yahoo Finance's coronavirus coverage, personal finance tips, news, policy, graphics and more from Yahoo Finance. Javier David is an editor for Yahoo Finance. Follow him on Twitter, @Teflongeek. Read more. Wall Street cites Sanders' arrival to the coronavirus as a market risk. The stark reality of life under coronavirus lockdown is dawning on investors. Investors bet on Sanders after New Hampshire win as Biden plummets markets. Follow Yahoo.
I'm looking at all the traffic both ahead of me and behind me, and vast majority of it's trucks.
In Finance News. Article 122 of 132. U.S. manufacturing output boasts largest since 900 by output most in just 74 in March as the novel coronavirus pandemic fractured supply chains, suggesting business investment contracted further in the first quarter. The Federal Reserve said on Wednesday manufacturing production plummeted 6.3% last month, the biggest decrease since February 1946. Data for February was revised down to show output at factories slipping 0.1% instead of edging up 0.1% as previously reported. Economists polled by Reuters had forecast manufacturing output dropping 3.2% in March. Production at factories dropped at a 7.1% annualized rate in the first quarter, the sharpest since the first quarter of 2009, after decreasing at a 0.5% pace in the October-December period. Manufacturing, which accounts for 11% of the U.S. economy, was already struggling from the fallout of the Trump administration's trade war with China well before the coronavirus hit U.S. shores. In addition to disrupting global supply chains, the highly contagious virus, which causes a respiratory illness called COVID-19, has depressed demand for crude oil, undercutting spending by oil producers on drilling and shaft exploration equipment. Business investment has contracted for 3 straight quarters, the longest such stretch since the Great Recession. That downturn appears to have deepened in the first quarter. Motor vehicles and parts production tumbled 28.0% last month. Business equipment output decreased 8.6%, held down by a 22.8% drop in transit equipment that reflected cutbacks in the output of both motor vehicles and civilian aircraft. Production of construction supplies fell 5.8%, while business supplies output declined 6.7%. Oil and gas well drilling fell 1.3% last month. The slump in manufacturing output in March, together with a 2.0% decline in mining and a 3.9% in utilities, resulted in oil production decline 5.4% last month. That was the largest decline in industrial output since January 1946 and followed a 0.5% gain in February. Industrial production contracted at a 7.5% rate in the first quarter, the steepest since the second quarter of 2009, after rising at 0.3% pace in the fourth quarter. Capacity utilization for the manufacturing sector, a measure of how fully firms are using their resources, fell 4.7 percentage points to 70.3% in March. Overall capacity use for the industrial sector decreased 4.3 percentage points to 72.7% in March. It is 7.9 percentage signals of how much slack remains in the economy, how far growth has room to run before. Article 123 of 132. Retail sales see record plunge in March, key consumer categories crash.
Home's getting warm.
U.S. consumer activity took a massive blow in March due to the rapidly spreading and deadly coronavirus outbreak.
Volume went down.
According to the U.S. Commerce Department, retail sales during the month nosedived, reflecting the devastating impact of social distancing and job losses. Headline retail sales plunged a record 8.7% during March, which was worse than the 8% decline expected by economists. Core retail sales, excluding the volatile auto and gas components, fell 3.1%, better than the 5.2% estimated decline. Retail sales dipped 0.4%. Core retail rose 3.1% and jumped 26.9% at grocery stores. However, sales fell 23.3% and spending at clothing retailers plummeted the most at 50.5%. Meanwhile, with quarantine measures implemented in many regions across the country, non-core components also saw a hefty decline. Auto parts plunged 25% and 17%. But spending on building materials increased 1.3%. This story is developing. Restaurants and bars are suffering amid social distancing. With most consumers quarantined in their homes, spending has nearly come to a standstill aside from essential purchases such as toilet paper and groceries. The U.S. consumer makes up about 70% and is a critical part of the economy. With clear signs of panic buying of necessities and the fact that lockdowns were introduced only, wrote in a note Wednesday. Credit Suisse economist James Sweeney agreed that the worst is yet to come. March should mark only the beginning of a recessionary decline in consumption, and the decline is likely to intensify in April. Overall, we expect consumption to fall by 17.5% QoQ annualized in Q2, the worst quarter since World War II, Sweeney wrote in a note April 9. As of morning, there were just 2 million cases of coronavirus and 127,600 worldwide. The U.S. has the most infections of any other country, with more than 609,000 cases and 26,059 confirmed deaths, according to Johns Hopkins University data. During coronavirus pandemic, cannot get through this. Rich Marshall, J.D. Law, Fordham in his class ranked judo practitioner who competed, and the jerk kid is uncommon. Realized that this kid could kick everyone's ass if needed. I love a hammer. Works at software and application. View 100 plus other answers to this question. 132. Open an app. Have you ever lost any respect for someone instantly? Nyagiko, former trainer at Skechers. Answered April 2, 2020. 2 years ago I introduced myself, and she did the same. Her name's Jane, she studied at a good university in the city. At a local polytechnic, did. Me, let's go and dance. Jane, I don't want to. I asked her why she didn't. I assumed she was one of the shy. Comment further. Me, come. Jane, sorry I'm not that type of girl. Huh. What type of girl was she talking about? Now, I didn't want to ask her this question, seeing as she probably wouldn't answer, so I once again got back to the dance floor. It got pretty late, around 2 a.m. I decided this party was over and wanted to leave. But just before I left, I asked Jane for her number, in case she wanted to link up later. Jane, I don't give out my number just like that. A female friend of mine, who happened to know Jane as well, heard her say this and burst out laughing. I was actually still tipsy from the alcohol, so I just told them goodbye and left with my ego slightly bruised. As I'm in the Uber, I get a call from that female friend. So apparently, Jane was surprised that I had left so suddenly. I told the friend that I left because there was nothing else to do. Then hung up. So yeah, I lost respect for Jane after she made it clear she just wanted someone to jump through her hoops like a circus animal.
Yeah.
I can tolerate quite a lot of things, but being shit-tested like that. I'm out. 172.3k views. You 11 points.
Have to agree with that guy. Relationships aren't a fucking game. Don't play that crap with me. Don't like that, play hard to get bullshit. Chase thing. Maybe it's something for other people, but it sure as hell isn't for me. Funny to get into it, stay at 70 and not have that other truck constantly in my way. Would you like me to kick you in your face? Are you gonna have to call me again and me just ignore it so you can listen to my ringback tone? Because evidently you're hooked on that song. That I keep yelling about you. It's only about half a mile an hour different from me. It's probably right in front of this guy. Jesse, I can't tell what you said because my phone's running hot. I can see that it's you, but I can't tell what else, what exactly is right there. "63 miles from the California border right now. Load is going to Riverside. let the phone ring, and you'll figure out what I meant. What all that's about. My ringback tone has something to do with it. I'll give it that. Traffic going this way. Hey, Anthony. Jesse, not that I know of, unless it expired and I forgot to renew it, I'll take care of it tomorrow. Because I do know that some of my songs are expiring. I just gotta renew them. It's the same now as done with earlier. Only about a half mile an hour different than me. Now I'm getting on him faster. Now watch, when I catch up to him, he's gonna probably speed up. to go before I get into California. Jesse, I'm gonna give you a call here. Say, you know, we got a cop watching traffic over here. That's what call me. Either way, gotta wait till I get past the cop before I have him call you. Oh, there are two of them here. There's JCT going the other way. Hey, I beat you to it. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it's a. All right. Yeah, I figure I'll get into the area and then maybe park at Zorba's Burgers. The- Yeah, they got truck parking there. It's a burger joint on Iowa Avenue. Yeah, you know where Iowa Avenue is, right? Have you been to the Riverside Walmart, DC? Okay, it's basically right up the street from it. Oh, oh yeah, you're talking about on one of the side roads there in the industrial area, up the street from Walmart. Okay, yeah, I can soon do that too. Yeah, I used to drive through that area all the time in my car too, on the way to or from work or whatever. Nah, usually I was in a sleeper truck. The only time I mean, I've done local, I did local routes there sometimes, but it was always with my sleeper cab, and basically it was yeah, I usually only did the local routes if they needed help covering a local route that a day cab driver couldn't do or wasn't available for whatever. Yeah, most of the time though I did Sam's Club loads out to Salt Lake City region or once in a while up to Sacramento or fairly often up to Reno. Yeah, and there was one time I did have to chain up. Did have to chain up to go from which store was Rosedale or whatever. I forget the name of that town up there. It's up there on the north end of Sacramento. Ro- yeah, I know. Yeah, it's all, I know exactly where it's at. I just can't remember the name of the town. It's because it's like I don't know if it's Hacienda Heights or no. I think it starts with an R. It's I know when you go up I-80, it's right where Highway 65 is. You go up 65 and like the very first. No, if you go east on 80 from the 89er, down you start going like you're going toward Donner Pass. Not too far up the road, there's a highway 65, and that goes up toward like Marysville and Yuba City and all that. Okay, there. When you go up 65, like it's like the first or second exit after you're on 65. There's a Sam's Club right over there that I would sometimes deliver to, and then sometimes it would, depending on how big the orders were, I might deliver there and then go across Donner to get over to Reno and deliver there, and then I'd deadhead back down 395 to Colton from there. Uh, yeah, but we actually would basically we'd bobtail back to the Sierra England terminal, and they're off Riverside Avenue, and then we would so when it would be time to pick up a load, we'd just bobtail from the Sierra England terminal to whichever DC we're picking up from. If we were if we picked up at Colton, it was the Sam's Club load. If we picked up at Riverside, it was Walmart or Walmart neighborhood market load. And then once in a while, we'd also go to it's usually day cabbers. Fontana. Yeah, you know where Little Sisters Truck Wash is? Okay, if you go up that same street, the San Bernardino, up to San Bernardino Avenue, there's that steel plant there. And if you turn left there, to go down the road there's another Walmart DC down the road there on the left side that we would pick up from too. That was a dry facility. So those were our three main places. You talking about you talking about the one on Agua Mansa Road? Oh, I think that's a dry facility though. Yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, that's true. I mean, those are dry loads, so why not? Pinnacle and that's a customer or interesting. What? Okay, so yeah, I kind of like you're going up toward Rogers. Then you get What 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 is uh what exactly did you pick up there? Oh, okay, so it was an assortment of KFC goods. I thought maybe it might have been like just mostly chicken or something. Well, it makes sense. That's pretty much all they serve. But yeah, I've not done one with JCT yet. I used to do them fairly often with CR England, but not with JCT. I've done done one M&M Mars load. Actually, it got canceled on me, but I was supposed to be the first guy to ever pick one up for JCT. Uh, Actually, right there in Victorville, just a few, like 5 miles from my house. Yeah, but yeah, there was some kind of issue with that load. Yeah, talking about Deanne Ramsey. Yeah, that's it's called DHL Supply Chain. It's over by the airport. Yeah, when it was a brand new account we had with them, and I came off home time, and I had to happen to have a trailer with me too, so I went straight down there and went to try to pick up, and then they say, "Oh, there's something wrong with this, the PO number." And then find out that the load got canceled. Man, you got to be kidding me! And I never got paid Tonu because I was already there in Victorville, even though I had to drive like 5 to 10 miles to get to it. Another 5 to 10 to get back to my house after I canceled. What, you guys can't hook me up with Tony Page? I had to spend I had to spend fuel and time getting over there. Yeah, exactly. Uh, if you guys ever want to look at other places to stop though, when you're like if you're going to Riverside, Zorba's is one place. They have truck parking there. And then there's also another place down off the 215 freeway, down there by kind of on the south end of Moreno Valley, Riverside, where that's where those two in Paris all meet up. Get off of Ramona Expressway, and then right there on the right, you make a right turn, and there's an Arco station there that has it's also a truck stop. Oh yeah, I know that place. Yeah, or you can also go right across the freeway that same line. And there's an Albert Tacos, Mexican fast food place. Yep, yep, that's another place I'll stop sometimes. But I mean, of course, I don't normally stay for like a 10 or whatever there because if I'm gonna do a 10 there, I can just PC back to my house and sleep in my own bed. Yeah, yeah. The only reason I'm not PCing to my house on this load here is because I'm not gonna have enough time to get to the area and then PC up there and then have time to get a rest and PC back down. So I'll just go straight to the receiver and then hopefully get a load picked up early tomorrow after I get through emptying and maybe head across I-40 or something. I gotta meet up with my wife somehow anyway because I gotta get my meds refilled. Yeah, she's still staying at her friend's place in Barstow for now. Oh God, yes, freaking pain in the ass. So it's really poor infrastructure. Yeah, and war is actually a good thing for economy. Yeah, I mean, even if the country doesn't win a war or whatever, it's just a long enduring battle. It actually feeds the economic machine. Right. I agree. Did you see that article I posted where the woman was self quarantining for 3 weeks? And yeah, yeah. I mean, she had an autoimmune disorder, and she was even staying away from her own husband and kids because she was like so worried that she's gonna get it and not be able to fight it off if she got it. And then what do you know? Freaking somebody bringing groceries to them happened to get it and had no idea that they had it, and somehow the groceries had it on it. Yeah, something like that. Crazy. But my concern is like, man, what good does it do to shutter the economy when you can you can self quarantine and still get it? Like to some extent, I think, yeah, letting nature take its course might be a necessity for most. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to see people getting killed by it, but you also don't want to see people killing themselves or other people over it either. Yeah, exactly. Well, well, hey, on a different subject, yesterday, or yeah, yesterday when I streamed, there was a guy on there who pulls JCT trailers. He's a contractor. I guess he got some trucks that do yeah, that they do regular routes with us. He says he's from Muskogee. Yeah, I can't remember the actual name, but there's Road something. If you go on yesterday's stream, you'll see his name on there. It's Road. Damn it, I don't remember the name. Maybe. Uh, yeah, he was on the earlier part of the stream. Let's see. Yeah, because I wasn't even on I-10 yet. I think I was still going across U.S. Or no, maybe it wasn't last shift. It might have been last shift, but I maybe it was the previous one when when I was on my way to Seguin. Because I thought maybe I can't remember. I might have been on my way to Seguin and I was on US 90 alternate or something when I saw him. And yeah, and he just recently subscribed to that channel. Correct. Yeah, it says he has multiple trucks, it sounds like, and he's got one that he's getting ready to wrap and do a Vietnam War type of wrap on. Yeah, but yeah, what, what color was the truck? Okay, not the same one I'm thinking of it. Because I picked up in, where was that? Chelan or somewhere up in Washington. I think it might have been Chelan. There was a, yeah, I think it was Chelan. There was a guy there was a prime truck that was in the door next to me, and he had like some like desert camouflage kind of scheme on wrap on his truck that was yeah, also uh, military theme on it. I thought it was a pretty cool setup. I kind of wondered if that was him at first. Okay. Yeah, I've probably seen that truck. Just maybe I don't remember it or something. Okay. Brilliant. I heard Greeley's shut down now because of the same problem. And Greeley, Colorado. Yeah, the main one. And then also there's one in New Jersey that I guess we even go to sometimes. I've not been to it before, but I didn't know we even yeah, I didn't even know we did anything there until someone else said that. Yeah, we go there some every once in a while. Yeah, yeah, Hilti Tools in Dayton. Yeah, exactly. The Pembroke Park, or Pembroke Pines, or whatever the hell that town's called. Yep. Yeah, Cedar England has dedicated accounts with all those Smithfield plants over there. Yeah, Tar Heel, North Carolina, There's another one over that way too, not too far from Tar Hill. And there's another one up in Smithfield, North Carolina, right? Yeah, just a little bit above where 95 and 40 meet up. Yeah, and then there's of course Smithfield, Virginia.
Yeah, well, 523 with a captured bullet on his shoulder there with a local sheriff.
Oh, there's someone trying to say something about something on the shoulder on the westbound side. And I'm waiting on this northern refrigerated truck to hurry up so I can slide over because I see what's going on now. Trying to leave room for this flatbed I'm trying to pass. There's a pickup that got pulled over by a trooper over here. Just east of Quartzsite. Over by Kingman or something, or going down Ash Fork Hill, or what? On I-40. What mile marker? Or nearby area, whatever. Oh, so just east of where 93 goes down toward Phoenix. Yeah, yeah, 93 south is where is at the 73, so just barely a couple miles past that. Somewhere where the eastbound drops into that big bowl, and then maybe on the westbound side where it's different. Okay. Yeah. There was damn it. Look at this freaking. I'm gonna change my squelch setting there. Yeah, just east of 200 here on the I-10, there was a CFI truck on its right side, off the side of the off the road on the eastbound side. I found out that he ended up over there because he blew a steer tire. Uh, yeah, the one in the 219. Yeah, damn, interesting. Okay, all right, I'll talk to you later. Alright, phone's getting a little hot again. I can see James Kelly said something, but I can't see what. Gotta run the AC. Might take a bit to. Yeah, I'll have to wait till later to see what you said there, James. And it's probably gonna be an uphill battle with this because the sun is now on this side of the truck, and when the sun is pointing, shining directly at my phone, it's making it hotter and making it more difficult to counter it. Let's drive through the town of Quartzsite, Arizona now. A little bit less than 20 miles to go to California. Done 367 so far, so a little bit less than 200 miles to go to Riverside. About 190 or so. Something. We were talking the other day. The driver I was just talking to on the phone, Jesse Wyatt, he might be still watching this stream. He's switching seats with his wife. He's also from the Muskogee area. I can't see what you guys are saying other than the fact that who's saying that, because the names are brighter, like a bolder white text. So I can see that, but the regular text, because my phone's running hot, I can't tell what you guys are writing. So hang in there. Maybe the phone will cool down enough by the time I shut down, or if need be, I can just wait until. I can even just use my tablet when I get parked and catch up from there. Got the AC running and trying to cool it down as much as I can, but can only do so much. Buffer right here. here.
Sign in. How do I get my neighbors to be quiet? I called the police multiple times on them, reported them to the housing manager multiple times, and even did the knocked on my wall and asked to please quiet down, but they ignored everything. Jeffrey Cawthon, retired author, has 316 answers and 822K pretty much dissipated. The 5 or so maggots who lived there still smoked their weed right in front of 80 or 90 people. I then made calls to city code enforcement for them having garbage in their yards and street. I also called city engineering about an illegal addition to the house. The last big event happened when these idiots had a house party and they put flyers with a cover charge. I passed this information to the Alcoholic Beverage Commission. The ABC showed up about 30 strong with a few state troopers. They hauled out at least 25 folks. We live in a cul-de-sac, so the troopers blocked streets so no one could drive away. That pretty much put these folks out of the party and acting stupid. The last thing of interest I have on this night was that there must have been at least 100 cars in our cul-de-sac. There were 2 cars blocking my driveway. I did not mind much because I had nowhere to go. I was sitting on a bench in a dark area in my front yard laughing my ass off at the panic and the officers doing their job. It seems that the 2 of the occupants of one of the cars came in my yard and started pissing in this wheel of my truck. They did not know I was there. I told them to get off my property and quit pissing on my V truck. They said something like, "Who are you?" I told them that I was the motherfucker who has a 45 in my hand and you are trespassing and you have been warned. Those guys ran for car and drove toward the roadblock. I did not much care what happened to them after that. That has been about 5 years and new people live there and they don't mess with anybody. Ain't nothing wrong with partying, but in my mind these guys need to show respect of the numerous elderly people in the area, plus these assholes needed to follow drinking, noise, parking rules, and giving or selling alcohol to underage drinkers. I bet these people won't do that shit no more. This was done by other cops because I still have live here. If this were not my barrio I would not hesitate to do this myself. 155 views. You 17 upvoters. You sharers.
That reminds me, a friend of mine, I used to live next to him, talked about how there were, I guess some, what is it, like a halfway house or something that started being used or whatever across the street from my other neighbor. I guess they were always, kind of been the same way, belligerent and always drinking, having parties and whatever. Might have been some crimes being committed in the neighborhood too, which, that was a quiet neighborhood. It's on a cul-de-sac. And I guess, he had contacts with, or actually knew people who were in a motorcycle gang, club, whatever, call it a gang, club, I don't care. Thanks, dude, I was gonna go try to pass this guy until I saw you getting ready to get on the freeway. Want to leave the lane open for him to do whatever he's trying to do. Invite a bunch of the motorcycle club guys over to their place for a good time, whatever, and I guess a couple of them went over to the cross street neighbor's place and basically told them, you guys cause any more problems, we're gonna have a real problem here. Trucking. go, and we got damn dog quit farting. What's going on there, Stevens? You getting ready to get off the freeway here in Aaronburg or what? See any real true reason to be slowing down unless you're planning on getting off the freeway? Or are you just adjusting for that bobtail in front of you? I think you're getting off though. Yes, I knew it. You guys are so predictable. Dude's driving with yellow mechanic gloves on. Interesting. Alright, come on now, dude. I know we got an inspection station coming up, but do you really have to overdo it like this? I'd move over for you, SUV, but I have to be on the right side for this. Wanga wanga. Yeah. Suga. What? What's up? Damn, get that dog to quit farting on me. Yeah. Farted on Diane, right? Or did he fart on your truck? Well, you weren't. It's called an agricultural checkpoint. I don't know. I can neither confirm nor deny that I have such contraband. Well, it does look like my phone's starting to cool down enough where I can actually make out some of what's being said there. Now I see you said Jesse Wyatt farted. Yeah, I said that. Yeah, I said that I can't see what's being said. I could tell that was you, but that was it. All right, thanks. Have a good day. What? Gas City, the Walmart, huh? Ah, what are you taking to them? Eggs, okay. What in the hell? That sucks. Wow. So how many miles is that you gotta do to? So barely $1 per mile. with a load. Something I had was in reference to the load that only pays $1,000. I guess going from what? Okay, so you're saying it's about 550 miles or something. Ah, okay. Some bitch. Not that I've heard, but I know that seems like the group's been kind of quiet today. It's kind of interesting because it's usually a pretty lively group. Yeah, I mean, well, I haven't been posting anything in there lately. I've just kind of been participating in whatever's already been posted, but even then, not everything. Thank you. We don't care about you, but we need you. We don't care about paying you what you're worth. And masturbate and stuff. Sure. He's probably still watching my stream and knows that I'm talking to you. Hello. What's up? Oh, you're up on I-40. I'm on I-10. Yeah, I'm on 10 right now. Well, who's got 70? You know, if you're trying to burn a hole in your seat, you can. I'm sure you can get some cigarettes and be a little careless with them, and that'll take care of that. Yeah, that's what I thought. Get off anyway. Yeah, that's not good. So you're averaging about 210 total when on the revenue side. Damn. Yeah, I remember you were saying you had that contract thing or something going on. Yep. Yep. That's true. Probably stole them from Rizzo. Probably implanted in his mouth. Ouch. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard other people say their drop was right around where I thought it would be, about 240. Yeah, I said about 240 or so in revenue drop. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll I'll have to work with you on that because remember I gave you that formula to figure out about how much compound interest your balance is accruing. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. which makes sense. Yeah. Well, it's actually not that untrue though, because HTX breadwinner, right? Okay, he's a black guy. He they tried to give him a load Batavia. Yeah, I know, Andy. I know you don't like the way I pronounce it. So anyway, he wouldn't he rejected the load because I'm not going near the freaking Chicago region because they got like a high mortality rate among blacks up there. Like said, it's like 30% of all the blacks there who are getting um, COVID-19 are dying from it, or some crazy number like that. I'm like, holy crap, man, that's outrageous. Yeah, and I can't say I blame him for being concerned about it. So if he's concerned, and and he's a black man, then how do you? I mean, I can imagine all the blacks who live in Chicago are just as paranoid about it. 'Cause I'm sure they are aware of how high the mortality rate is there. Test you for it. Yeah, and I guess see you're gonna get your dogs involved, right? Zorba's Burgers. Where's oh, yeah, no, I know that where you're talking about off of Market and Aquamansa. Whatever that street is that oh, that Tiger King thing, whatever the hell it's called. Oh, that's right. It is in Oklahoma, isn't it? Yeah, because my trainer said he actually knows who the guy is. No, well, he's not that kind of guy. I'm just saying he's from because he's from Oklahoma and he grew. I think he grew up in Tulsa. And all right. I don't know that. Are we still on? Because I know Andy. Yeah, it's Andy originally called me, so I was kind of wondering if yeah. So I figured. Yeah, Deanna, if you ever need help with places to park in Southern Cal, I can definitely help to some extent there. Oh, well, there you go. You guys are both picking up at the same time then. This, this is Justin who? Okay, I think I've seen that name. Uh, 3622E. Alright. Now, yeah. Yep. I always tell my wife, plan on whatever I get paid, making sure it lasts at least 2 weeks. Don't play this spend the money just because it's there in the account crap. It's not gonna work. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. What are you gonna do? Like a virtual thing or something? Wow. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's like an important memory to make there. Right? Yeah, I mean, I've never been one to really kind of show off what I do or accomplish or whatever, but still, it's like at least a picture with it or whatever. Because those are memories. You can show your kids that, hey, I had this experience, and or grandkids or whatever too. So, speaking of that, since you guys brought that up, because there's somebody who I know who approached me about. He was kind of jokingly asking about helping him with getting his GED, but yeah, I was like, "Shit, yeah, man, let's do it," you know. But I'm not sure what all's involved with that, with the prep and all that. Okay, okay. Well, then, was it a like a one long test, or were there like a battery of tests or something when you to actually get it, or what? Okay, so it's more of a battery of tests that cover different subjects. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. Well, it kind of gives me a good Yeah, it kind of gives me a basis at least where I can, have an idea on what ways I might be able to help that person. See, yeah, hello? Uh, yeah, you're good. It kind of glitched for a second, but you're good. Ah, okay. Yeah, but you know what? Those practice tests are a godsend too, because I remember when I was in high school, I was doing practice tests for the SAT because I did the first time I did SAT, I had like a 550 or whatever hell on math, and then barely like a 370 or some crap in vocabulary. I sucked at that. And but then I was like just drilling and drilling and drilling on the practice tests and figuring out like what how do I get the right answer and then make sure I have the process right with the math part. And then next time I took the test, I had a 700 on the math part. And yeah. Oh, yep, yep. Yeah, and he's absolutely right too, because even algebra, like man, a lot of people are like, "Well, how the hell am I going to use this on the real world?" And like, I could come up with ways I can show you how this is useful. Uh, okay, I can I can give you a little a more visual clue on the 45-degree angle, at least for the tractor to the trailer. If okay, yeah, in the back of your tractor, you have like usually that rib looking thing right in the center of it. If you turn your tractor so the basically when you get out, Go next to the trailer, and then if you can see that the trailer lines right up with that center of the tractor and the trailer are at a 45-degree angle from each other. And yeah, and then just remember it's a 90-degree angle. It's a right angle. So if your tractor's facing the exact opposite direction from the trailer, that's a 90. So 45 would be exactly half that. Correct. Yeah, or another way you can describe that is if you move the truck, let's just say you're driving it, doesn't matter if it's forward or backward. If the tandems don't roll while you're moving the truck, then you're at a 90-degree angle. If they just pivot, then it's you're a 90. Yeah, yeah. I, you're a perfection. You're a perfectionist then. Yeah. What? I think. No, I know the DC you do. I don't know about the store. Yeah, I hate it. I Yeah, I had to use my T-shirt, yeah, one of my extra T-shirts, and wrap it around my face just so I can pick my load up. Oh, yeah, because he posted that one picture of him wearing a freaking like a Tim Warfare mask. Man, he is so paranoid about getting it. I I agree with you. 'Cause I never get sick. I'm once in a blue moon I might, and then yeah, and like you're saying, a lot of times it comes from like putting your hand in your nose or whatever else, or in your mouth, or Yeah. Yeah, because the colder air. So so which route did you take over to the Walmart? Yeah. Holy shit! You went all the way up that way? Okay. From our drop yard, just go across Third Street, and go right past where our old drop yard used to be. And then when you get to Palm, turn right. Palm turns into Alabama, and then Citrus Plaza, where the Walmart is right down there. Yeah. 50. Why? Well, yeah. Yeah, I know about the incident, but why 50? Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. Where did that happen? I didn't hear about that one. Damn. She sounded like us. Sure do. What's happening? Ah, copy that. I got a whole bunch of bears in Arizona. yeah, I can't blame you. That was their 3165. I think I've seen that truck before. Yeah, 3165 with the white Freightliner. When overcrowded, they'll close it themselves. Ah, that's funny. And yeah, there are a lot of trucks on this road right now too. Huh. Even though it's kind of weird with it being a Wednesday. Weekends is pretty common. Ah. Oh, the other day I almost shut down in Ozona, but I ended up stopping in Sonora instead, and then I wake up and then I find out that I'm in a tornado watch area, and then I find out that a freaking tornado touched down just east of Ozona while I was on my break. Wow. Yeah? What took you so long? Holy shit, man. You had some, like a freaking long sex chat or something there, or what? Yeah, we decided we'd have a lot of fun and see how long it takes for you to come back and realize we're still here. Ugh, that sucks. Hey, hey, you can do some logistics loads for us. Damn. Yeah, I hate the ones we have where the dummy gauge there, the reefer status gauge, whatever, is up so high I have to like bend down or lower my seat to even have a chance at seeing if it's still green. Oh, okay. Yeah, and you said reefer fuel as well, didn't you? You said you pay for your own reefer fuel as well, right? All kinds of stuff about how much she was getting some road rage. What? God, what is with all these JCT trucks that are all like the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 on them? It's like I'll see one, and then I saw 4213 earlier, and then I just saw 4312 just a second ago. I'm like, didn't I just see that truck earlier? There's no way I could have seen it. Or I also see 4321 or 4231, whatever. I see all of them all the time. It's still in use because last time I was at the mothership, yeah, remember I sent you that picture of it? Yeah, it was sitting in the driver's lot when I was there. Yeah, and yeah, I'm about to get off the road at Tiriaco Summit myself anyway. So, all right. I'll you too. Bye. All right, I got 45 minutes left on my clock. I could get down to Indio if I wanted to, but I've opted to stop here. I can maybe get something at Foster Freeze. Do some ice cream and burger or something. I don't know. We'll see if they're open. I hope. Better be open. Metzner Tank Pavilion. So there's like an armory, whatever the hell it is, like, or maybe a museum or whatever here with a whole bunch of tanks here. There's some right here in front of me. Clear over here. See a water buffalo there and a bunch of other tanks. Please park on the east lot. General Patton Memorial Museum. I gotta check that out sometime. Kind of in the, obviously can't do it now. Parked over on this side. Normally, they didn't make this no parking either. Yeah, it says truck parking only. So we're going UPS truck parking only. What the hell? I guess UPS does their trailer swaps here. Used to not be like that. Jeep. I didn't happen to notice that Jeep earlier. Why is that Jeep even over here? Shut down here in Tiriaco Summit, about, what's it, about 25 or so miles, a little over 25 miles east of Indio. Basically a downhill run from here into the Coachella Valley. And let's see, I think from there, it should be only a little over 100 miles out. Yeah, 455 is what I've done. I'm only expecting about 560-ish. So it should be right over 100 miles away. A little over an hour and a half drive. I'm going to do a 30-minute break here. Let's see, it's 4:24 local time, so we'll just say 5 or so, maybe a little bit after, a little bit before 5 local time when I go back on duty. And then it's only about another hour and not quite 2-hour drive. So it'll be before 7 p.m. by the time I get into Riverside. I'm going to end the stream here. I can road life. There was only 2 things there that I didn't see earlier. McLean's and Riverside is where they are delivering, then picking up in Colton. Alright, what are they paying for those lanes? Not really sure on that one. Because since we're all JCT drivers, we're just on a fixed mileage rate. But yeah, I'll probably have to talk to Central Logistics on that one, I imagine, or it would be, yeah, isn't it Central? I forget. Or is it Western? I'm not sure. I know our logistics page, so you probably have the numbers anyway, or the contact information for them. But alright, yeah, I'm gonna do a 30, grab a bite to eat and all that, and then I'll go ahead and stream the last couple hours. It'll be a much shorter one, of course, and they'll shut down at Zorba's Burgers, or if it comes down to it, I'll park up the street from the DC or somewhere nearby. It'll be in the Riverside area though, where I'm planning to shut down. If I had enough time in between before delivery, I'd just go ahead and PC up to the house after I get to the area, and then or just run it all up to the house and then come back tomorrow morning. But I don't have that kind of time, so I'm just going to go ahead and get over there early, do a break, and then deliver, have a fresh clock to pick up my next load with, and hopefully I'll end up meeting up with my wife somewhere, hopefully up by my area instead of having her have to come down to me. Alright, so I'll see you all in about half an hour, guys. Like I say, about 55 after, something, I don't know, somewhere in that ballpark, be ready to go. Alright, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in about 30.